this is the most anti-democratic piece of legislation being put before this Parliament. I repeat it again, it is anti-democratic. It is against the values of this democracy, this Parliament, our constitutional sovereignty. It is against the principles of law and ethics.
What is this? Our police attacking us. How dare you?
Peaceful protesting is not illegal in New Zealand. This has just gone too far.
If you obstruct the police in the execution of their duty, you may be arrested.
Do you have any conscience? What do we have to fight you? Nothing!
You're right, you're right.
And then we're actually inviting our tupuna to actually come on the sequoia with us. It actually looks after us, it can guide us, protect us.
You treat adults in a democracy responsibly. You allow them proportionally to take back their lives, because I put this warning there now, if we don't give it to them, they'll take it back.
Yeah, and they see me rolling. We are on the Freedom Rally Convoy 22.
Too many people getting hurt. I'm a nurse by background, so you know, I've done my homework and watched this stuff unfold, and none of it makes sense.
Oh, you're the man words!
I rise in opposition to this COVID-19 response vaccinations legislation bill.
It says that if you are an unvaccinated person who wants to go get a haircut, you can't.
The government has rushed it through Parliament with no due process whatsoever, no consultation, no regulatory impact statement, no proper Bill of Rights analysis, nothing.
With government mandates, I chose not to be vaccinated for legitimate health reasons, and I couldn't carry on teaching a job that I love.
I'm not the only psychiatrist in the Wellington region who is not working now. The mental health system is crawling along on a wing and a prayer already, and they're going to get rid of good people who are making good contributions. Are you kidding me?
Section 5 of the New Zealand Bill of Rights Act says that limitations on the rights and freedoms are only subject to limitations that can be demonstrably justified in a free and democratic society. The right to refuse medical treatment, the right to manifest religion and belief, and the right to work.
Well, it's almost like, you probably don't see it like this, that two different classes of people. If you're vaccinated or if you're unvaccinated, you have all these rights. If you are vaccinated...
That is what it is, so yep.
We don't actually do a lot of our cultural stuff anymore, eh? You know, like hui, we can't hungi, we can't tangi.
If you've got to be double jabbed for the marae, it means you can't come home.
So I went to the gate here. Haramai, haramai. Tangata whenua said you can come in here. You like that?
And we sat down, and then someone said, are you going to camp here? And we thought, well, we've got a tent. So we got our tent out. We put the first tent down in the corner here.
And we've met pharmacists, we've met people from all walks of life. The three people you're talking to, engineer, mathematician and lawyer.
I've been trying to alert Parliament to important safety concerns on behalf of everyone, but no one will even speak to us.
For those that are looking at us like we're anti-vaxxers and all of that, man, hey, we're doing this for you too. Might be tomorrow, it might be 10 years from now, but hopefully one day you'll look back at this and go, man, those guys actually did it for us. And hopefully we change your mind.
So they've just turned the sprinklers on. They're playing James Blunt over the speakers, You're Beautiful, so it was actually quite pleasant.
crowd size peaked out at about 18,000 on Saturday, dropped to about 12,000 on Sunday, and today would probably be closer to 10,000.
Mandates! No more mandates! No more
We're standing here because we are going to commemorate the 380 souls who have passed away as a result of the forced jab.
You know, suddenly we weren't allowed to have our own views or to be able to have a kind of broad discussion, which included potential downsides, many of which weren't actually known early on, but that's a downside in itself.
I never wanted to have it in the first place. But at the end of the day, it was like we got to live, you know. Having trouble breathing, I turned grey, and then collapsed off the chair onto the floor. My partner was holding my hand.
But no, we had to basically stick to the narrative, and we were told that, you know, you will be defined as anti-vaxxers if in any way you deviate from the narrative of safe and effective.
Go from a working person as a registered nurse to now I'm not employed and I'm on chemotherapy, which I thought you only gave to people who had cancer, but they actually give it for severe inflammation. While they do believe that it is the vaccine that caused it, they will not confirm it until, they say, until the clinical trial is finished in 5 years' time. This is why we're protesting. This is why we need to speak up, New Zealand.
And creating a new beehive in our intention.
When you make the right decision, for all of us,
When there have been protests in my political experience, which is longer than anybody there by miles, people have always turned up to be and listened and heard the protesters out. This has been unique and for the very worst, because no one's listening in the corridors of power, and that's not the way freedom or democracy works. Sure. I wouldn't believe that at this day of time in my life, I'm watching this, that Parliament should unanimously say we're not going to talk to the protesters. They don't know who you are, and they should.
Everybody ready for lunch? Hare Krishna!
I was terminated with a mandate. I was with adult special needs.
I'm a fully qualified beauty therapist, massage therapist, close contact, so not allowed to work.
Just couldn't believe they were letting people go, like the best of the best, the most empathetic, dedicated people with that level of integrity. They weren't going to cross that line.
We feel compelled to be here because we've seen families divided, people lose their jobs and some people lose their homes and people be vaccine injured. So we were doing our job, but we also said to them, we know you're doing yours.
Calm, everybody.
They will literally be like a scrum.
Okay. I was very peaceful, but as she continued to apply more pressure, I felt my sternum crack.
That looks like unnecessary control and restraint to me. Shame on you! You always turn into thugs overnight. And what we've learned around the world is that when the police are brutal, it brings more people. They are getting in their cars and they are coming to join us. Hold the line! Freedom!
Understanding that a peaceful, non-violent, prayerful demonstration could be attacked in very violent ways.
Turn around and look for yourself. You're choking him out, man.
And there is not a response from the mainstream public is very alarming to me.
When these mandates came in around non-vaccinated people not being allowed into certain public spaces, it reminded me of exactly what happened in South Africa. It's exactly the same thing.
Every uniformed person working for the police had to be vaccinated or they would lose their job. is that limitation demonstrably justified in a free and democratic society? And the Crown didn't present any evidence in support of the benefit they were trying to achieve.
It was a moment of absolute shock for me. To know that they were actually going to charge, I didn't think they would. And they went... You know, our police aren't bad people. They're our cousins and our brothers who just wanted to, like, make Mum proud.
We've had broken ribs when people end up getting pushed down and others get pushed down on top of them or they're kicked. We've had a lot of facial injuries. We've had a number of concussions come through, and obviously all the joints from being yanked and everything else, so that needs to stop.
There are some people who have been hurt over the past couple of years and they're lashing out, and we feel for those people. But underneath all of that, there is a river of filth. There is a river of anti-Semitism. There is a river of Islamophobia. I would say, Madam Speaker, that there is a river of genuine fascism in parts of the event that we see out the front of this Parliament.
He invites the government to come and speak to the Carnage.
Maybe there's not a brightness in the stars other than what's burning in this heart. But if we fight to keep this thing alive, I'm pretty sure there's no end to us inside. For what it's worth, I'd die with you again, 100 more times multiplied by 10. Hope I'll always have you in my mind, and so that I know to find you every time.
As promised, joining us now is someone he's finding it hard to get a run in what we call mainstream media. I'm almost inclined just to rename them Nazi hunters in their own lunchtime. She's someone who was on last week. They're going to laugh out of you. Her name's Chantel Baker. Her name is Chantel Baker. I've been looking for a good journalistic descriptor of you, Chantel. I'm going to say new wave citizen journalist is what I've got to call you, because that's basically what you're doing. Thanks for coming back and joining us again.
Thanks for inviting me. Love the description.
Your appearance on the platform has generated some comment, I must say. But what generated an awful lot of comment across all social media platforms this weekend, you were trending #1 for a fair time on Sunday, is the fact that you have been removed from social media platform, and we're going to call it Facebook, because I think Mark Zuckerberg just changed the name to Meta to confuse us, all right? So you're off Facebook, Chantel, which was, looking at your numbers, which are better than mine, you rotter, 97,000 followers or something. That was a pretty important forum for you to share information and interact with people.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, my account had been restricted from about a year ago. As soon as I spoke out and they heard the word vaccine when I was interviewing vaccine-injured people. So they started to restrict it a long time ago, but I hadn't had any marks against it for over 7 months. So it was very interesting that this happened directly after Fire and Fury and directly after the contact that Stuff made with Meta to try and talk about my account and relate it to the protests in Parliament.
Okay, now you have suggested, have you not, Chantel, that your removal from Facebook was the result of a campaign or a complaint or petition from Stuff?
Yeah, absolutely. I believe it's directly correlated, yeah.
Okay, I'm here this morning. I hate to do this because I've been doing some journalism stuff to tell you that it isn't.
Okay.
Because I have directly talked to very, very senior people and stuff, and they have said that apart from the journalistic inquiry, which itself was couched in negative terms towards you, apart from the journalistic inquiry that they made to the management of Facebook, they did not lodge a complaint against you, report your account, or do anything else.
Yeah, but as you said, though, the way that they approached Meta was in negative terms. And back in January, Paula Penfold, the direct journalist who did contact Meta, wrote an op-ed talking about how she'd become misanthropic towards people who were unvaccinated in New Zealand. This was in January the 9th, I believe. And misanthropic means she's a hatred towards people who are unvaccinated. So I would definitely like to see what stuff had written. As I mentioned, they wrote that piece to Meta, they got a reply, and then my account was banned, having no previous anything against it for 7 months. So you can say that oh, they didn't do a full complaint against me.
Okay, what I'm going to do in the interest of transparency, I'm going to read you the exchange I had, because when you made that claim on Sunday, I thought, wow, that would be, as a journalist, participating in a social media witch hunt like that. And I'm not going to disagree with you that they have basically fanned the fire and gathered the mob together and handed out the pitchforks.
Well, I think it's more than that. I think it's even more than that, because you can say gathered the fire, but they created a fire that didn't exist, because they created this narrative that I was pro-violence and that I had something to do with the violence being instigated at Parliament. And the entire time I was at Parliament, I was telling everybody to be peaceful. Any comments that I had about Parliament was to be peaceful. So they created a narrative, they created a fire, they stoked the fire, they then pushed the fire out to anybody they possibly could, and they got a reaction from the people that are essentially meant to be the firefighters. So it's been a direct correlation of stuff. I'm more than happy to say that. And as I mentioned to you on the platform the other day, we are going to have lawyers looking into what our options are as well. Okay.
Well, I wrote to Sinead Boucher. I texted her on Sunday after your claims. I said, just trying to clarify claims, that stuff, campaign to have Chantal Baker banned from Facebook. Apart from journalistic questions about her content, was there actually a complaint about her from stuff or a petition? And this is what Sinead Boucher replied relatively quickly. Absolutely no truth to that one. No idea where the claims came from. But in the past, many false claims about stuff's content or actions have come from Chantal herself. And actually just saw the New Zealand Herald reporting her saying this, but removed it after seeking comment from us. So there you go. So I'm just doing that so that everyone knows, you know, what the exchange is.
Yes, well, I mean, I've seen the level of journalistic integrity coming from Sinead Boucher's stuff recently, and I'm not overly impressed by it.
Okay, give us another example.
So I take what she says with a grain of salt.
Give us another example.
Well, I would say the entire Fire and Fury documentary is an example of that. And then the new actually another example I would say would be the attack on the candidates that are standing for local council, because it looks like that could be in breach of local council guidelines as well, with the attacks and going to their houses and attacking them for being anti-vaxxers, as they say, even though the candidates have not come out publicly and said that. So there is a campaign against people buy stuff for making different medical decisions in this country, and they've been very, very clear on that, especially recently.
Yeah. Chantal, I have to say that I agree with you, and I've watched that scratching my head. Given that a lot of the public interest journalism funding and New Zealand On Air funding is going literally to cover local body reporting, but that seems to have morphed into local body politics reporting. The spin-off just got $160,000 or $190,000 to cover local government, and I can bet you bottom dollar they'll do a lot of Nazi hunting for that, running around amongst candidates. The other interesting thing...
Well, I think Nazi hunting is not the right word, because I don't think people...
I'm using it with a grain of salt.
...choices are Nazis. I think it's more of a witch hunt.
Yeah, you've got to get my sense of humour here. It's ironical, because I think that's in their mind...
I just want to clarify that I'm not agreeing with...
Okay, all right. But there is this campaign to out candidates that mainstream news media don't like, quite clearly, or have problems with. And it would just seem to me, and there are all sorts of people standing for local body government that I wouldn't vote for, particularly here in Wellington. We've got a former Green political advisor who says she's independent, and his great friend's former senior advisor to James Shaw. She's running for mayor. We've got another guy running for mayor. The guy will probably win it. He's a Labor MP, and he's not even quitting the day job while he's standing for mayor. So there are some interesting double standards going on here journalistically. Chantal, can I ask what sort of reaction have you had to the Facebook ban? And did they communicate to you specifically what pieces of content or what it was that you had said that got you the ban?
A day before they took down the page, they flagged the post that's still live on Instagram if people want to go see it, and it was protesters that were holding signs against the mandate saying why they were at the protest. And I wrote a post saying that this is why I defend the protesters, because these were the people that I met. They were kind and they were loving, and yes, there was violence from certain individuals, and there was also violence from the police, and I don't condone violence of any kind. And so that post was flagged after the report came out from Stuff and after the article came out where they'd asked me to comment, and then within 24 hours the entire page was down, which is something that has never happened before.
Did you comment?
But I'm still in contact with Lisa at the moment.
Did you provide them with some feedback? Did you try and talk to them about that?
Yes, I'm in communication with them now. Whether or not that gets anywhere, we'll just see. I mean, I'm not overly worried, to be honest. My followers have just gone up on Instagram and YouTube ever since then, and I think they're going to get even more. It just grows. The minute you try and silence people, their platforms just grow independently because no one likes to be told they can't hear someone that they're interested in listening to.
Yeah, it was interesting hearing a piece on RNZ that had Paula Penfold on talking about Fire and Fury, and she explained basically how she's tweaking the rules of journalism and didn't need to talk to you, and then she had a crack at the platform. But obviously if you're using those rules, anyone you're kicking, they don't really qualify. So I never got to write a reply from Radio New Zealand, which honestly I can't be bothered. It's more fun just taking the mickey out of them. But if Paula Penfold thinks, and if Stuff, as you believe, thinks they're taking you down, it just seems to me it's all rather counterproductive. If I were literally that worried about you, I would simply ignore you. I'd never mention you. I'd never mention you in a story. I'd never mention what you were doing. I would starve you of oxygen. It would seem to me that Fire and Fury, and certainly as regards you, has had exactly the opposite effect that it wanted to. I imagine your social media following has grown, and what you feel is support for you has also grown in the last week or so.
Yeah, lots of people have been reaching out and the followers have been going up. And then I released a Shopify a store that wasn't actually meant to be released until our full platform is, but I released it early just for a laugh, to be honest, because I find the whole thing quite entertaining. I just think it's a bit ridiculous that you're trying to silence someone that hasn't had extreme views. So I released all these T-shirts just basically kind of taking the mickey out of it because I just thought it was quite funny.
Well, you're taking the mickey out of about transphobia, weren't you? What does the T-shirt say? It says,
oh, no, it's not about transphobia, not at all. It says, I'm no biologist, but I know what a woman is.
Yeah. And what is the point of...
transphobic.
What's the point of that T-shirt? What's the point of that T-shirt, Chantal?
I'm really concerned about women sporting, and I'm really concerned about women's rights in prisons at the moment, and I'm really concerned that women are being taken, the actual essence of womanhood is being taken away and it's been eradicated to something that's meaningless. And the problem with that is there are physical attributes that women have that are different, and we're not allowed to have that conversation anymore, it seems. So I wanted to make a T-shirt that shows how ridiculous that is.
All right, okay. Now the new platform, oh gosh, I'm going to have to talk to the trademark people. That's why we chose the name, because it's ubiquitous, our name. You're calling it, what is it, Operation People?
Operation People, yeah, because I feel like the media, the police, everybody seems so focused on everything outside of the people and how we can look at the best ways to serve our community. So we thought we'll call it Operation People and be 100% focused on the people of New Zealand and internationally that have great stories to tell and interesting views.
All right. And as you say, probably you're doing this faster than you wanted because of the Facebook ban and Fire and Fury push you down the road a bit, actually. And they've given you a ton of free publicity, I would note, as well, which is kind of...
I mean, it's almost like Red Bull gives you wings, you know. I didn't really want to drink the Red Bull that day, but it happened, and now we just seem to be kind of flying. So it is what it is, and we'll just take it as it comes. And I'm not worried. I mean, I have this deep belief everything works out how it's meant to. So sweet, if this is the marketing we're meant to get, it is what it is. And like I said, we'll see if we can do something with the lawyers in the future.
Okay, I've got a text here, Chantel. It says, there seem to be multiple accounts for Chantel on social media. Can you point us to the right genuine ones, please? Thanks, Stephen. So if people want the real Chantel Baker, where do they go right now?
If they can go onto my Instagram, Chantal Baker NZ is the handle. So a lot of my handles are Chantal Baker, all one word, NZ at the end. And that's most of mine. But just check my Instagram, because I've got all the links up there for Telegram, Instagram. I've got Rumble and Odyssey, which I don't really use that much. But we're going to be doing a lot more live streaming on YouTube, because we've got a lot of other people that we're connecting with that do a lot on YouTube. So that's going to become a bigger forum for us.
Well, I'll be honest, how long do you think before they come for you on YouTube?
Well, no, so YouTube, it just depends. Like, obviously on Facebook at the very beginning, a year ago when I started the page, I did a lot of work with, like, when I was telling people's vaccine injury stories. Now, Facebook doesn't like to admit that anyone's been injured, even if ACC's acknowledged them. So those stories don't get told. And those stories will very quickly, they start to just reduce your viewers in a page. On YouTube, I haven't put out hardly any videos. So live streaming protests and things like that is nothing that will get it taken down. It's more so if it looks like there's been a direct correlation between injury.
All right. Chantel, have there been... look, I love your attitude, and that is that you're upbeat and you say, let the bastards come for me and I'm still here. But there must have been some negatives. There must have been some nasty things said, and it is possible the way that these groups... And I'd hate to say it, my colleagues in the news media act, they are literally looking for ways to take you down. It can't have all have been beer and skittles in the last week.
Honestly, it actually has been, like, weirdly it has been. I got upset, I think, we were still filming. Like, all of this came out, it all happened, we still had stuff to film. So I did my lives filmed, and then I was upset for about an hour. And then I just drank some wine. I had a good cab sav. And then we had to get up on the roof and do some cameras and that kind of thing. So by the end of it, you're like, right, you just move on. Like, life is short. I've always held the page relatively loosely. I mean, I never wanted to be a social media person, so it all really happened completely on its own back. It's not something that's been like my life and my blood. I don't tie my self-worth or self-esteem to it. So genuinely, we're just keeping on going. We're just doing our videos. We're doing all the work that we do. And I'm excited because if anything, it shows people that they are going to come for you just because of freedom of speech, because I've not said anything dangerous or anything scary. But that's my real question, is why am I dangerous to them?
Chantel, what's happening here doesn't go unnoticed around the world. Indeed, I don't know that there is any here and there delineation on social media. Have you been approached by what we would call right-wing groups, or say Trump-associated groups in the United States, who might have heard the buzz around you in the last week here in New Zealand?
No, I haven't. Not that I know of. I haven't checked. I've got 3 different emails and I haven't checked them all, but no, not that I know of. I mean, would I be willing to talk with big international groups? Absolutely. If it helps get the message of what's going on in New Zealand out there, definitely.
And still no invitation from Paula Penfold, from Radio New Zealand, for anyone else who's running Fire and Fury? No invitation or attempt to engage with you in any way?
No, and that's what I would call journalistic integrity's degradation at its best here in New Zealand at the moment.
All right, when are you going to give me an answer on the job offer?
when I've decided, when I've made up my mind.
All right. Hey, Chantel, thank you for your time this morning. As I said, I did want to tell you that Sinead Boucher says we didn't specifically come for you, but they're clearly sipping champagne at the fact that you've been deplatformed. I still can't... Does Mark Zuckerberg own Instagram as well?
He does, yeah.
And you're still up there. This is weird.
I've got my tricks.
All right, Chantel, thank you for taking the time to talk with us.
Thank you, Sean.
Openly and honestly this morning. That is Chantel Baker, Citizen New Wave journalist is what I'm going to call her. So there you go. There's the story that Paula Penfold won't tell you because she's tweaking journalism, you know, where you try and get all sides of a story. Paula got upset about something and she got Broadcast Journalist of the Year or something at the Voyager Media Awards over the weekend. Good on you. Congratulations. Pity then that having won that award, Paula, you're not practising better journalism. And I heard yesterday on the RNZ thing that was talking about Chantal and other stuff, fairly heavily edited, I think, so I wouldn't sue them. I wouldn't sue you, I'd interview you, and I'd engage with you, which for our new mainstream media seems an horrific thing. Sean, it's not the Chantal, it's not the outcome that's important, it's the conflict. What do you think of Facebook taking down Chantal Baker? And it always... Look, I looked on Twitter and I looked on Facebook yesterday. A lot of people claiming they're the ones that complained about Chantal Baker. So I don't think we can put this down to Stuff or Paula Penfold. But Stuff and Paula Penfold and the Fire and Fury piece made people aware of Chantal and therefore she becomes a legitimate, woke, lovey, snowflake target, right, is really what happened. And, you know, I guess we're going to get called Nazis too. Which, of course, we're not. And we're just going to keep not fighting the fight, just covering, just doing journalism, just doing media the way it's always been done.
What we are seeing in Sri Lanka is system failure, and that is nothing to celebrate. There is no victory in system failure. In fact, it is what these tyrants are counting on. It's part of the plan, and it's been their business model for decades. As simple as the mafia movies on TV. The World Bank and the IMF strong-arm world leaders into accepting loans that are designed to bankrupt the nation, while the CIA acts as management, secretly administering to the overthrow of national sovereignty and the looting of the nation's wealth. This international mafia organization has been doing it like this for years because it always works. They know that once the people become a hungry, angry mob, they can be controlled like animals. And this reactive behavior is exactly what these globalist crooks are counting on. It's why they are destroying the world's economies and creating a food crisis. So the answer is to become proactive. And that is exactly what the Dutch are now showing us. How the people of the world can achieve victory against the tyrants of the New World Order. The prolific farmers of the Netherlands are the second biggest food exporters in the world. And they know that the World Economic Forum is planning on buying up their land and cutting off the food supply for billions of people. And they also know that the people united are an unstoppable force. And so they united against tyranny and peacefully, with unstoppable strength, shut down the system. The shelves in many stores are now empty, but it's on their terms. And the people now have the upper hand, as it should be, and could be everywhere if we want it. The New World Order's plan is for all nations to collapse, which tells us that we must not wait until system failure. We must act now. Many people all over the world are now starting to rise up together with the Dutch farmers. Rising up, not as a reactive, hungry, angry mob, but as a righteous people, united in a love for humanity. Society is made up of we the people, and we must now peacefully take control of it. This is the path to victory, and time is quickly running out. The lockdowns are coming back.
The pandemic isn't over.
As we've said, the pandemic is not over.
We need more money to plan for the second pandemic. There's going to be another pandemic. We have to think ahead.
China has announced 5 more years of lockdowns. And if you're awake by now, then you know they're coming back everywhere, with quarantine camps and forced business closures, all designed to mentally break us and collapse society. If we were to believe that we are powerless and weak, or domesticated pets, then yes, the only path would be to wait until the food runs out and then join the angry mob. But if we were to believe that we were righteous and powerful, then we would just fix it. So what's the plan, fellow humans? Do we wait for the inevitable collapse and lose everything, celebrating system failure? Or do we learn from the Dutch and take control of everything and fix the system so that it serves we the people?
Everything that you've ever seen about Cuba is a lie.
So when Benny first gave us the news that we're going, I think we all got excited. So I started doing a lot of research. I was looking online, and all I saw was a beautiful country. Very colorful photos with all the classic American cars. To know that this is a socialist country, the pieces didn't quite fit to me.
We're supposed to say socialism sucks, but how are we going to show that if socialism doesn't actually suck? All I can see about Cuba is as this gorgeous Caribbean wonderland. Nothing in American establishment or corporate media will prepare you for what you are about to see when you land in Cuba. It's all lies. All of it. It's communist propaganda, what you see about Cuba.
Once we got on the island, going through customs, once we got our bags, then like people came out because we were on their radar, and they go into the back and they're like, we have to take this back and examine it.
They didn't like that there was a drone inside my suitcase. And because they didn't like that, they took my passport for 7 hours.
Emotionally, it went from like, what is this place, when we were in the line, to like getting angry, to like getting pretty furious and just like, screw this place, to then just kind of like, after hour 5, you're just like, Stockholm syndrome, like, okay, I guess I speak Spanish and live in Cuba now. And you're just like, whatever happens, happens, and you're just kind of like submitting to this terrible process.
When we left the airport, after 7 hours, I think we thought, the worst is behind us, and we could not have been more wrong.
To see everything online prior, this was like a wake-up call. That's when we started to realize that Cuba sucks.
So let's do a list of things you can't get in Cuba. Like regular things that you can't get in Cuba. Couldn't find water. Gas. Can't find gas. Chicken. Food.
We can't find gas. There's no gas available. Every gas station we go to, shut down.
Day 2, trying to get gas. We're in the biggest city in the country. We're in the most modern city in the country. And this is the beginning of the line to get gas. Here we go. You'll notice people are sitting in their cars. These aren't parked cars. These are people that are sitting and waiting. It is probably 100 degrees outside. You have multiple people that are pushing their cars. Look, these people are pushing their vehicles because their vehicles are out of gas. This is a functioning line. These are not parked cars. These are human beings inside of their vehicles. They're pushing the cars. They're eating lunch. Here we go. Up there, see that? That's the gas station. And so what we ended up doing was cheating the system. And a guy pops his head into my car door and says, says, my name is Stalin. We don't actually know much about Stalin.
We don't know anything about Stalin.
Literally, we come home and Benny came and we meet him outside. It was like, hey guys, meet Stalin. He's gonna take me to go get gas.
And then he gets in the car and you're like, see you guys, and we're like, Benny's gonna die. That's the last time we'll see him.
Thanks, Stalin. So here's Stalin hustling me.
I genuinely lost weight in Cuba. Like, I genuinely came home roughly 8 pounds lighter.
The food looked like a child made it.
Yeah, it looked like your kids made you a meal on Father's Day.
That's all they have. They just get what the government delivers them every day.
I think we decided to go grocery shopping because the food was trash and we can't get anywhere, so we'll just go to the grocery store. So we drove over there all together. We pulled up to the grocery store and the gates.
Mic's on now.
Come from the South Island, why don't you make some noise? Yeah. If you come from Kaitaia, why don't you make some noise? If you come from Auckland, why don't you make some noise? Oh, if you come from Kona, why don't you make some noise? If you come from Hamilton, make some noise. If you come from Gisborne, make some noise. If you come from Tukurua, make some noise. If you come from Rotorua, make some noise. If you come from wherever you come from, make some noise.
I know how to work it.
Oh no, I'm just saying you can work it for me. Okay, now never mind.
Then I can't see properly. I can't see what I'm looking at.
You operate it as you think.
We've got all walks of life. It's beautiful. Hey, just real quick, because all that family here, just keep the 3 or 4 people next to you, even if they're not your family, we're just give them a high five and say, hey, welcome today. Because
We might switch it to the gimbal so we can get around and just have a look at people while the speeches are on. Because we want to move soon anyway, so I might change it to the gimbal. I'll just get it ready.
We've got some items and performances. The thing I am so excited about is from here later on we're going to come together, we're going to march, we're going to protest, we're going to be chanting. And we need some of those chants put through on the stage a little later on. But we're going to be heading towards Parliament grounds. Okay? And that is where we get into some serious business now. So I want to say to each and every one of you that have come along today, you're amazing. Say, I'm amazing. I'm amazing. Oh, you guys are so amazing. And today, remember this. Today, we peacefully sleep and we push. Alright? So I think it's time we got into the first one. Let's do it. Alright? So this group here, 3 brothers, they go by the name Local Boys. And I'll tell you what, they've got a performance for you. So why don't you do what we do so well? Put your hands together. Make some noise for the Local Boys.
Take the phone out, baby. And then while you shorten that, I'll get this. this is not copyrighted music.
Oh, yeah.
How passionate are they? And how important is it now that our younger generation starts to get a bit more clued up on what's happening in politics, eh? How amazing is it? And look, I look around and the young people in this crowd gives me hope that tomorrow we're going to have some really clued up people as to what is looking after our country.
Not just the young people in the crowd, but also the young person on the stage.
Oh my, thank you.
Thank you. Don't get jealous, Fano. Don't get jealous. It is what it is.
Awesome stuff. Hey, look, we've arrived here. We're in Wellington right now, Civic Square, but it was a bit of a journey that took place.
You know what, guys? I wouldn't say there was a bit. There was a long journey all the way here. Now, for those that don't know, I was a part of the convoy, and so it started from the top of the North Island, and then we ended up in Auckland, and so we, some of the whānau, they met us there. We had a bit of a feed, and we just gathered together, had some fun. We got ready, prepared, and then we made our way onto the motorway. You know what? It's all about safety, because that's what we do. We want to make sure that we do things safe and we do things right. So we made our way onto the motorway.
I can't hear you.
Yeah. Is anyone from Hamilton? Yeah, up in here. Then we made our way to Hamilton, and then bang. Woo! What a journey. But you know what? Throughout the whole journey, there were so many freedom fighters. So many freedom fighters waving their flag. If you got a flag, why don't you just wave that up in the air? Let's go. On that whole journey, we had thousands and thousands of freedom fighters on the side of the road who were waving their flag, and then they joined us. And so it's so awesome. So if you were a part and you were waving these flags on the side of the road, and you're here today, why don't you make some noise up in here? Awesome.
That's going to be a pain.
And because of your courage, other people are too finding their courage and starting to join us. So, hey, why don't you put your hands together for each other? Why don't you put your hands together for your neighbor? Oh, you guys.
And we talk about courage. And it started with a man and it started with some boldness and courage. Why don't you just break that down for us?
I remember the beginning of
Come on! No, wait. Tell me about it. Once upon a time, you want to take it?
We started off at the Northern Domain, and there were about, how many people do you think were there at that first one?
Thousands!
And you know, it didn't start off with a humongous crowd that we thought, but we gathered, we came together. And then guess what? It wasn't too long after that we came together again, the crowd doubled. We're like, actually, there's something going on here. Because we knew something wasn't right. We knew we needed to make sure that we had a place where people could come and gather there.
And we still know something's not right.
That's right.
But carry on.
And then guess what? We came together again a few weeks later, and the crowd doubled again. We did it one more time, and the crowd reached over 10,000 people. That is what courage does. It started with one man, and I want to make a massive shout out today. If Brian Tamagi's here, hey, let's put our hands together.
I'll let you lead the way, nice and slow.
You know what? Only
Yeah, anyway, I was given a program, and there were 4 names on that program that were supposed to speak that day. Guess what?
Hey, did you say 4? That's like Tahirua Turuva.
Okay, thank you. Great stuff.
Moldy, I'm just trying to break it down. Thank you.
So there were 4 people that were meant to speak. Only one man was there to take the microphone, and that was Brian Tamaki. You know what? To all the media outlets that are here today, come on, you ain't been successful in shutting down a man who's always done his best to stand for this country. So to the media, guess what? You ain't done did it. We're still winning. And let's go, baby. Make some noise up in here. Let's go. Woo! Sorry. We said we're going to be celebrating. We're going to be making some noise. This has been an interesting journey. And you know what? Let's talk about some of the coincidences.
Oh, did you say coincidences?
There were some coincidences. So there was a ferry shut down for 24 hours.
What a coincidence!
Because they wanted to look at the ventilation. It might have been a coincidence. The next coincidence that took place, though, was the trains aren't running today from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m.
What a coincidence!
The next, because that was not...
Hey, when it's time to say what a coincidence, we need your help. Okay, carry on.
The next coincidence was exactly the time you guys were in the Convoy arriving.
Yep.
At a specific destination. BP was shutting down for a couple of hours.
What a coincidence!
And it doesn't stop there.
Why not? Why doesn't it stop? Make it stop!
My goodness. Fun. Some of our family had to drive through the night because they did not go in the place. Had to drive through the night because their tickets were all of my son.
Well,
all of my son. Yes, okay. And I'm still annoyed. Their flight tickets were all of my son cancelled on them.
What a coincidence!
But you know what, family? It doesn't matter what.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter what coincidences, because if you're truly a freedom fighter,
come on,
you're gonna make sure that you're here. You're gonna make sure no matter what, I am gonna put my feet where it counts. So to every person that's here, make some noise! I told you on the live stream we're gonna be partying today. Yeah, we're gonna love to celebrate.
Yeah, stop taking these. Carry on.
Now, we've got an amazing program, and I'm just going to put up my phone.
Yeah, well, we're going to use it, I ain't got mine.
And we're going to introduce the first of our speakers, because we want to make sure that throughout this journey, we're being kept up to date with some of the things that have been going on. So this man is a member of the NZDSOS. been a doctor for 37 years. That's 37 years, that's older than I am. Whoa, why are you laughing? Okay. But certainly not able to work as a doctor, so speaks today as a concerned private citizen. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage 37 years in his field, Matt Shelton! Okay, sorry. So this last week has been the 75th anniversary of the Nuremberg Declaration. Now, the end of the insurrection continues to fight for human rights and against medical tyranny. Okay, let me go. So I want to read you some excerpts from the speech by an 84-year-old concentration camp survivor called Vera Shiraz. And at 3.5 years old, she and her family were carted off to a concentration camp. She's from Romania, where her father died, and she was separated from her mother for 4 years. So she and a group of others have walked and walked, and have talked the talk ever since. And she gave a speech last week that was very powerful, and I want to read some extracts. So the Nuremberg Declaration came out of the Nazi war trials in the Second World War, and it particularly spoke to the atrocities of genocide, the Holocaust, and medical experimentation. So she says, I came to Nuremberg to provide historical context to the current global threat confronting our civilization. These past 2.5 years have been especially stressful as painful memories will rekindle. The Holocaust serves as the archetypal symbol of unmitigated evil. But the Holocaust did not begin in the gas chambers of Auschwitz and Treblinka. It was preceded by 9 years of incremental restrictions on personal freedom and the suspension of legal rights and civil rights. The stage was set by fear-mongering and hate-mongering propaganda. A series of humiliating and discriminatory government edicts demonized Jews as spreaders of disease. We were compared to lice. Medicine was perverted for its healing mission and was weaponized. First, it was to control reproduction through forced sterilization. Then it was to eliminate those deemed to be subhuman, Untermenschen, the German word. The first victims of medical murder were 1,000 disabled infants and toddlers. This murderous operation has expanded to an estimated 10,000 children up to age 17. The next victims were the mentally ill. They were followed by the elderly in nursing homes. All of these human beings were condemned as worthless eaters. You have heard that recently. The objective of the Nazi final solution was to annihilate the entire 11 million Jewish population of Europe as quickly and efficiently as possible. The purpose of Holocaust memorials is to warn and inform future generations about how an enlightened, civilized society can be transformed into a genocidal universe ruled by absolute moral depravity. If we are to avert another Holocaust, we must identify ominous current parallels before they poison the fabric of society. Since the Nazi era, the study of history, most of the humanities, including philosophy, religion, and ethics, have been overshadowed by an emphasis on utilitarian science and technology. As a result, few people recognize foreboding similarities between current policies and those under the Nazi regime. By declaring a state of emergency in 1933 and in 2020, constitutionally protected rights were swept aside. Repressive, discriminatory decrees followed. In 1933, the primary tactic for discrimination were Jews. Today, the target seems to be people who refuse to be injected with experimental genetically engineered vaccines. Then and now, government dictates were crafted to eliminate segments of the population. In 2020, overseas government dictates forbade hospitals from treating the elderly in nursing homes. Then and now, government dictates were crafted, FDA-approved medications by government decree were forbidden to doctors, and government-dictated protocols continue to kill in some countries. The media was silent, as it is now. The media broadcasts a single government-dictated narrative, just as it had under the Nazis. Strict censorship silences opposing views. In Nazi Germany, few people objected. Those who did were in prison. Today, doctors and scientists who challenge the approved narratives on the line and their reputations are trashed. They risk losing their licenses to practice, as well as having their homes and workplace raided by police teams. The moral significance of the Nuremberg Code has not been overstated. It is the most authoritative internationally recognized document in the history of medical ethics. This landmark document was formulated in response to the evidence of medical atrocities committed by Nazi physicians and scientists. The code sets forth moral boundaries for research involving human beings. The Nuremberg Code rejects the ideology of eugenics and unequivocally asserts the primacy and dignity of the individual human being, as opposed to the greater good of society. The Code defines foundational, universal, moral and legal standards, affirming fundamental human rights. These human rights apply to every human being. The Code sets limits on the parameters of permissible medical experiments. Equally important, it holds doctors and research investigators personally responsible to ensure the human subject's safety and ensure that the person freely gave his voluntary consent, fully informed. The standards of the Nuremberg Code are incorporated in the International Criminal Code. They are legally applicable in peacetime and in war. The objective of the Nuremberg Code is to ensure that medicine never again deviates from the precautionary ethical principle. First, do no harm. The Code serves as a blueprint for subsequent national and international codes of human rights to ensure that the human rights and dignity are upheld. To ensure that medical doctors never again engage in morally abhorrent experiments. Like the Ten Commandments, not a word of the Code may ever be changed. The first of the 10 ethical principles lays down the foremost ethical requirement, which is spelled out in great detail. The voluntary consent of the human subject is absolutely essential. And it ends by saying the duty and responsibility of ascertaining the quality of the consent rests upon each individual who initiates, directs, or engages in the experiment. It is a personal duty and responsibility which may not be delegated to another with impunity. Those who declare the Holocaust analogy are off limits are betraying the victims of the Holocaust by denying its relevance. The Nuremberg Code has served as the foundation for ethical clinical research since its publication 75 years ago. The COVID pandemic is being exploited as an opportunity to overturn the moral and legal parameters laid down by the Nuremberg Code. It is our defense against abusive experimentation. This time, there will be no rescuers. Unless all of us resist, never again is now. Dear child, total survivor. So I just want to finish by saying there is nothing especially abhorrent about the German people or the Japanese people. In war, all nations will act with depravity. The point is, we are peaceful. And we need to change this by peaceful means as we possibly can. So thank you very much for your time. I hope you have a fantastic day. Awesome stuff. Hey, one more time, put your hands together for Dr. Matt Shelton. Yes, awesome. Wow, beautiful stuff. Now, just a few notes. What we're going to do right now, we're going to push pause on you. And what I need everybody to do is take out your phone real quick. Let's go. Take out your phone real quick. Now, there's two ways you can go about doing this, but we need every person that's here today to sign the petition. All right? So, you can either text, move, to 366. So this is one way you can do it, okay? So if you'd like to go through it this way, you're most welcome to do so. Text move to 366. Is that M-O-V-E? Yes, excellent. Text move to 366. You can do it in capitals or lowercase. Oh, come on. Good question. You can do it in capitals or lowercase. You can do it just in case. Yeah, beautiful. Now, the other way you can do it is by jumping on the Freedoms and Rights Coalition Facebook page. At the top of that page, we've pinned the post where the petition is. Click that link. So you just click on that link, sign that petition real quick. It's only going to take you 30 seconds to do so. All right? Sign that petition and then share that bad boy out there. All right? Now put your hand up once you've signed it. Put your hand up in the air. We're gonna allow for a few seconds to get this underway. Beautiful. Keep your hands up. Let's put our hand up once we've signed it. Once we've got a huge portion of this crowd done and dusted, we're going to continue. It's all going to make a difference. It's all about making sure your voice is heard and capture family. Because this petition that we're signing is a vote of no confidence to the government that we have standing within that parliament right there. So vote of no confidence, if that's what you're believing in right now, put your hand up. Come on. Yeah, beautiful. Now get that petition signed, share that bad boy out. And I tell you what, the history is just going to keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. All right, so the other thing is, right now you see that there are a few cameras around the place going live. We need every person that is here right now, because one thing we were talking about backstage is, it's amazing how every single one of you have a story. Every single one of you have a very, very powerful story. Who has a story today? Yeah, put up your hand if you have a story. Of course you do. All of us have a story like this. Now, your story really matters. And so what we need to do is share the live stream. With your share, put a caption of where you are standing today. Because you will not believe how many people will be impacted by the steps, by the moves, by the way that you are standing up today. So share out the live stream so that they can see what you're participating in. Because here's the thing, we've got a media right now that are controlled by a narrative. They're going to push what they're paid to push, all right? We need your help to push what truly is taking place. They're not going to push your story. That's right. So we have to push our story. People power. People power up in here. So yeah, get that share going, share that, and then what we'll do when we get to Parliament steps, share it again. Let's play on the algorithms that make social media work. Let's play on those algorithms. So we're going to share it here, we're going to head over to our March mix and launch, then we're going to get to Parliament, we're going to reshare the live stream once again. Let's go. Oh man, we seem like a pretty switched on bunch. Come on! We're a switched on bunch. Now, we've got another performance that's going to be coming up on the stage, and she's a beautiful young lady from right here in Wellington. She's going to sing a very, very familiar song. You're going to know the words, and if you know it, sing along. But ladies and gentlemen, if you're enjoying your day right now, why don't you make some noise? Here we go!
Let's go. We got two songs.
Just for now.
Auckland, the north, all over the country to rip some voices. What we're going to do right now, we're going to get our atmosphere set and prime for once we start to head off in March. So we got that track ready, DJ. Now are you ready, family? Make some noise! Here we go. Let's go. Yeah. 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah. Look, everybody, I want to raise their hands up right now. Hey, let's go, freedom family. Let's go. I'm putting on my back like this. Something feels like this. Never lose the game up to the break. It's on sight when we fight the whole. First we be proud and then I'll pivot. Haul me up with guards on me like John Trippett. Soaked the dog on, I know it's war. So I'm sending shots, killing demons now to them. My kitchen gotta spin the block. I'll be filling them with dots like it's chicken pox. Then I double back to clean the rest like I missed the spot. When will it stop? Gang division locked. It's the campaign to MJ and never getting blocked. Yeah.
Yo, what's good, Bambino? Let's make some noise real quick. Yeah. Yo, we on a mission, a healing opposition, one way, one club. Guess it's doing on the vision. There's a doing on the kitchen. Yeah, yo, I don't care, I'm going straight up the top. Let's not stop. We're all that man and none of these bots hitting like pop. Yeah, she on the freestyle, and while I freestyle, man, we're gonna hit the play. We're gonna march, man, keep the stance up. Keep your head up, let's keep up, let's keep jumping up. Yeah.
Here, come on. From GI to Mangry to Captain, we gentrifying every block and shouting my people up in the state house. Subliminal discrimination is getting kind of blatant, and now I think the government is impatient. They're trying to shut down community collaborative because we're living outside of their economic narrative. But it's imperative that we stay relevant. Power to the people, we're keeping it in our element. Can't pay the landlord in time, tax on incline. Wait for the dole in the waistline. Don't get me started on inflation. We've got a food shortage coming up as we're living in this assimilation. Children living hard, children living wrong, children paying the prices for the mess that we start. Children living hard, children living wrong, children paying the prices for the mess that we start. All rise, court succession, descending your facing charges of child neglection, breach of protection, mandated force, lethal injection, and should I say unforced? Who's attention? He here now to make a difference. Should I mention unlawful arrest for the right to protest? It's grotesque. Put your hands in the air, bang with your chest, and tell them that we here. Put your hands in the air, say it with your chest. Neighbors gotta go, and the rest. Put your hands in the air, say it with your chest. Neighbors gotta go, and the rest. Put your hands in the air, say it with your chest. Neighbors gotta go, and the rest. All right, family. Come on, make some noise. All right. So that's it right there. That's the atmosphere we're gonna take when we hit this march. But before we start to assemble, I've got a few notes that I want to put real loud and clear. And I just want to she is none other than the wife of the founder of the Freedoms and Rights Coalition. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, Hannah Tamaki!
Big cheer for you. It's so wonderful to just be here today in Wellington with the 500 people that are here today. I would say over 5,000 people here today. So awesome. Never mind the false prophets. They love to down anything that's positive. But you know what? I just want to say what a privilege it is to stand and walk among so many beautiful people. And thank you for the encouragement, the support that you have given us over this time. Sadly, the last spring protests in Wellington, we on strong bail, but we were not allowed to be anywhere near any protest, talk about protest or anything. But today we're here, and we're here because you matter. And I just want to say a few quick things. We are the parents of 3 adult children, 10 grandchildren, and 3 great-grandchildren. They matter to us, and we do not want them to fight the fights that we are able to fight for today. We want them to know, as they look through the corridors of time, that people stood with their granddad, their great-granddad, their father, with a whole lot of other beautiful, strong Kiwis who wanted to make a difference. And together, we are making a difference. You need to salute yourself every day for having the courage to stand the way that you have been standing, for taking the persecution that you have been getting. You've been hit by the trolls on your Facebook pages, and sometimes it's made some of you afraid to make comments. Continue to stand, New Zealand. Be strong. Keep going.
Thank you.
Yeah,
there we go. Now, family, it has come to that beautiful time of the day. We are very soon going to start to assemble. What I need to ask, Mary, is if you stay behind the banners. Okay? We've got some people in key positions getting ready to take some photos. Because it's important to remember, we've got to capture as much of you as we possibly can. So we're going to ask people to stand behind their banner, keep a nicely line as we start to march. And we're going to make just want to put on the side. We are peaceful.
And capture all those ones over here, down there too.
Continue to protest peacefully, and we will let the police to come to police. Who's going to run us through the charge of what we're doing as we march, all right?
While we're walking, and leave the sound on or off.
Leave the sound on. Really good setup. start a video on
Yeah.
I want to welcome into the platform studio now someone who was invited in last week, and things have happened since then, and we all know about that. And that is Dr. Matt Shelton, who's with us. Thank you for coming in, Dr. Shelton. Good to see you.
G'day, Paul. Thanks for having me.
You are here. You were invited. You are here. Many people will know your name, and ears are pricking up right now. But for those who may not know who you are you? What have you been doing in your career up till recently, and what have you been doing since? Just a quick painting of the picture, if you don't mind.
Sure, Paul. Well, I've been a doctor for 37 years. I've been in New Zealand for 24 or so. Most of my time in general practice, primary care, and up until last year, I was a GP at Plympton. Me and a number of other doctors, a handful of people had already been posting on social media some concerns and some thoughts we had around the pandemic and its management. And then I got suspended subsequently by the Medical Council. And then I won in court and won the right to be reinstated. And the Medical Council promptly resuspended me again. And then my practicing certificate has subsequently lapsed. And there's one or two barriers to getting it back again at the moment. So, technically I'm not I'm not able to practice as a doctor. I can still call myself a doctor. I have a medical degree.
Right.
It was, a hard one. So for the last year or so, I've been involved with NZDSOS, which is a collection of doctors who got together, early on and really just asked questions. We just asked questions and raised concerns, given the strength of the narrative, the apparent confidence of the safe and effective message.
Right.
That we felt already back then was actually there was no certainty, and it wasn't possible to make these blanket statements. So we just wrote a couple of letters, really asking questions, and were met with complete and utter silence from the government, from the Medical Council, from the GP.
Oh, I'm JP's the ugly one.
close to it.
Give us a job! Anti-Mahota! I'll do it for free! Anti-Mahota! Stand down! Anti-Mahota!
Hey guys, so we've just left the Civic Square and we're heading down towards Parliament Grounds now to where presumably there is a rather, they say it's large but I think it's small, amount of counter-protesters that are waiting for us there. To tell you the difference compared to previous protests that I've been involved in, walking down from Civic Square to the Parliament Grounds, never have I seen the road all the way from one side of the footpath is just packed. You can't even get past if you were walking as a pedestrian on either side of the sidewalk. There's no chance. The protest has taken over the entire street from one side to the other. We're going to try and get up to the front to get a bit of a view and give you a look-see as to what it kind of feels like. To translate it into words is, for those of us that were fortunate enough to be out Parliament Grounds in February, you've got that same type of feel, the same type of nucleus that was experienced while we were down at those grounds. There is a very strong sense of unity down here.
Can we look in front of you, babe?
Oh no, we'll go up to the front. Have a look at this here, if you can get in front of me. Oh no, actually get behind me.
I can't when there's too many obstacles. When we're in the middle, it's okay, but not on the side.
Yeah, so this is a huge difference. I don't know if you heard me talk about it before. In comparison to the last protests that have started out Civic Square, walking all the way towards Parliament, huge difference. The entire protest has taken over the whole side of both streets as well as the road. That's how huge this one is.
Hello.
And everyone's here.
Oh, yay.
Yep. All the animals in the zoo are here. Even the rat bags behind us, Mana News is here. I mean, it's so good to see once again. Some of the questions that have been coming through that we'd like to answer in regards to, I suppose it'd be more the concerns that people have is, what is Brian Tamaki's political position in terms of using this protest? Is it his aim to use it as leverage for some type of political power? According to the messages that we just heard from Hannah Tamaki, she's of the suggestion that what they're trying to achieve is wanting to get a vote of no confidence, which has been clearly stipulated throughout all their protests prior to this, and it's been over 3 weeks, a continuous message of no compliance, or not no compliance, what was the other word I used, was a vote of no confidence. But what we're yet to see is, behind the scenes, Brian Tamaki has also been working with 4 unnamed political parties. 4 unnamed political parties that he's going to reveal at Parliament grounds. And so it is, from my understanding, reservations have been made against him or about him because of this fact that he has more of a political interest that he's been publicly talking about now as opposed to prior. But the other concern that people are having to address any kind of questions that are out there in regards to his religious views, just because the microphone's not that great, maybe I have to come up close.
Yeah.
Just because of his religious views, there is quite a lot of pushback, not within the freedom movement necessarily, more so in our secular community, about his views on values like gay marriage, other values as well pertaining to his Christian belief. And to answer those questions, it's very easy to just label him as a transphobic. It's very easy to label him as a gay basher. Unless you've actually heard the words used in that context, I don't think that does it any just that you just call somebody something because they have a Christian belief. Because otherwise, then I would be a gay basher and I would be a transphobic, which is completely false. And just to put it out there, and closing off, before we get you up to the front, there is a movement that is going on worldwide. It's only just picked up in the last 5 days. I implore you to go and check it out. The name of the movement is called LGB, drop the T. And what this movement is about is the gay, lesbian and bisexual community has had enough of their movement being radicalized. And it's very obvious to them as well as us that it needs to end because it started to reach into the realms of the sexualization of children, which is abhorrent. And you don't have to be a straight male or a straight female to agree with that. And they see this as well. And so this is why it's important that with the merge of these types of groups, the original LGBT community, the freedom movement will be highly necessary in order for us to not just push forward together, but to talk about our differences, because that is the thing that has been shut down, and that is the thing that has been encouraged to not talk about, is to not talk about biological basics. And if we can't be in a society where we're not encouraged to talk about our differences, we have lost all hope of democracy that will rely too much on tyrants to tell us what we need to do, what we need to believe, and what we need to say. But anyway, that was my closing statement. If you have a look around, it's meant to be Tuesday today in Wellington, but this feels like a Sunday. The place is dead. follow me.
You can see behind me those that were painted as violent, those that were painted as negative, evil people. But let me tell you something. I see behind me beautiful children. I see families, fathers, husbands, mothers, wives.
Look after our babies.
To our communities that have been separated, segregated out of this country. Today, family, we're here to say we are not going to allow the evils of this government to continue. We are not going to stand by and watch a government that do not care about New Zealand lead the way that they've been leading. We're here today to say, give us back our country. We're here today to say, stop all mandates. We're here today to say, let our people go. Freedom, 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 freedom. Freedom. When do we want it? Now. What do we want? Freedom. When do we want it? Now. What do we want? Freedom. When do we want it? Now. Take your hand off our children. Take your hand off our children. Take your hands off our children. Take your hands off our children. Take your filthy hands off our children. Take your hands off our children. Take your hands off our children. Take your hands off our children. When I say Labour, you say must go. Labour must go. Labour must go. When I say Labour, you say must go. Labour must go. Labour must go. When I say Labour, you say liars. Labour. Labour. When I say media, you say liars. Media. Media. When I say government, you say liars. Government. Government. When I say government, you say liars. Government. Government. When I say Labour, you say must go. Labour. Labour. When I say Labour, you say must go. Labour. Labour. When I say people, you say power. People. People. When I say people, you say power. People. People.
Just stay
Take
in
your
time with these
hands.
guys. I'll go with you.
Take your hands. Take your hands. Take your hands. When I say children, you say future. Children. Children. When I say children, you say future. Children. Children. When I say children, you say future. Children. Children. When I say children, you say future. Children. Children. When I say children, you say future. Children. Children. When I say children, you say future. Children. Children. When I say mandate, you say over. Mandate. Over. Mandate. Over. When I say mandate, you say over. Mandate. Mandate. When I say Labour, you say over. Labour. Labour. When I say Labour,
people. When I say families, you say future. Families. Families. When I say families, you say future. Families. Families. When I say children, you say future. Children. Children. When I say children, you say future. Children. Children. When I say children, you say future. Children. Children. When I say children, you say future. Children. Children. When I say mandate, you say over. Mandate. Over. Mandate. When I say mandate, you say over. Mandate. Mandate. All right, Wellington. Today you're standing there, you're watching right now. I just want to introduce you to some amazing people behind me. These are families. These are children. These are nurses, farmers, teachers,
When the security guard
social
gets up to
workers.
you,
Don't
walking
forget
in
that's
line.
the people. All mandated out of jobs, pushed out of society. Today we're here to stand up and stand up peacefully, believing for a better day, believing for a better future. Wellington, we want to say, we're not giving up on New Zealand. We want our country back. Give us back our country. Give us back our country. Oh, families, right now, I see parents, I see babies, mothers, fathers, husbands.
And you just focus on that thing.
To say that we believe for a better tomorrow. Today we believe that we can get our country back to our former glory. Give us back our country. Give us back New Zealand. When I say give back, you say country. Give back. Give back. When I say give back, you say country.
We're gonna switch. Grab that. Pass me that. 'Cause this is where it might get rough. Back pocket. But stay close to me. We're just going to go up and check out the counter protests. Obviously there's a lot of people wanting to find out how that's all going. So no doubt I think everybody's just going to be reasonably... That way? Yep, sweet. So we've been redirected as per usual. So all media included, been just redirected to just go at the entrance of Parliament grounds. So here's all our anti-protesters that are here. To be fair, there's a good turnout compared to what was seen in Auckland. And love you. But yeah, to be fair, it's a good turnout. That was my cousin Tori Whānau. She's actually a candidate for the mayor of Wellington. I do wish her well. Obviously, I don't agree with some of their radical beliefs that the left ideology brings with it. But when it comes to Whānau, I 100% will back my Whānau. So what we're doing now is we're just waiting for the coming of the protest. I'm going to hand the camera back to my wife because the police have actually done a really good job to section off the two groups, which is marvellous to see because we don't want any kind of violence or confrontation between the two groups. And that's what the media has been trying to portray, is that there's going to be some kind of radical violence. I'm going to hand this back to my wife. She does a better job at the camera work than me, and then she can point it out the good looking one out of us. There we go. Sorry. This is like really awkward but funny. It's like when one zoo is looking at the other zoo and the other zoo is looking at the other zoo, you know. We've all got our photos out. Look at the monkeys, and these monkeys over here going, oh, look at these monkeys over here. So it's actually quite humorous. And what I do appreciate, if you did miss it before, is the fact that the police have taken their initiative to cordon off the area between the two groups. I think that kind of space is necessary, only for the fact that we've got a mainstream media that has just absolutely set their hearts on trying to separate us in such a way where there's a type of violence that doesn't actually exist on either group. I mean, sure, we've got strong words and strong values, but anyway, let's cut back.
Peace and love! Peace and love! Peace and love! Peace and love!
Come with me, honey.
How you doing?
Come with me, honey. We're just going to get a shot from around the side. So we're behind the lines at the moment, behind the counter-protest area, and on their side we've probably got maybe 100, 200. I'm pretty terrible with people maths, and both groups are shouting at each other, but there doesn't seem to be any type of violence that was perpetuated within mainstream media. Get ready to cut the music and get a video on. Hey, if you've just joined us, if our microphone cuts off, it's because there's copyright music playing in the background. And so not to interrupt the live, we'll cut the mic and we'll put some video overlays on temporarily until we're able to hear the speeches. So once the speeches start and the copyrighted music stops, we'll turn the mic back off. But so for now, we're just going to turn the microphone off. You can hear the music in the background. That's our cue.
This is some of the response. These are some responses from the left, which is extremely telling about this, well, this pandemic, or this it's not quite a pandemic, right? But it's a pandemic in the making, at least. It has the building blocks of what it looks like when the left builds a pandemic. So this is a tweet from, let me see what the guy's name is. He's a doctor. He is Jaffardian MD, and this is what this tweet went so viral. This is what he writes. He says, "If monkeypox spreads, I think I'm leaving medicine. I'm not exposing myself to a disease with 10% mortality because this country of selfish Fs refuses to mask or get vaccines when they're available. Make whatever health choices you want. My choice will be to leave." And so I read this and I thought, wow, this does not give me a lot of confidence in the medical community, by the way, when you have doctors who are so gullible to non-scientific information about this. But it also shows you exactly where the left's mind is, right? It shows you that the left, when they see a virus, with the potential to spread, they immediately jump to pandemic. But when they get to pandemic, they don't just say, okay, how do we address this? How do we stop the transmission? How do we find treatments and therapeutics? They immediately try to control us. Going right to refuses to mask or get vaccines. They want to force us to mask again. They want to force us to get vaccines again. And if they haven't said it, it's just because they haven't primed us or conditioned us properly. It's not because that's not in their minds. So that's the first tweet. Then we have another viral tweet about monkeypox. This one is from a woman named Audrey. Her Twitter account is Audrey the Finest. She hosts a podcast. And this is what she tweeted. Again, it went viral. She said, "If monkeypox becomes a pandemic, I'm never ever leaving my house." And I read this and I thought, this is exactly what the government officials like Biden and the public health officials like Fauci, and this is what they want. They want people to be so fearful that they hear the word monkeypox. They don't look up anything about it. We have 3 cases of monkeypox here, and we'll get to exactly what that means in a minute. But they hear the word monkeypox, they hear the same sort of fear-mongering rhetoric as they heard with COVID, and they say, "I'll never leave my house." If you never leave your house, then you are going to be reliant on something or someone aside from yourself and your family. And that something, of course, is the government. This is exactly how the left wants the American people to behave. They want them to be so crippled with fear that they will trade the idea of their liberty for the idea of security. So that's the second one. And then we have, this guy is a doctor. He's an epidemiologist. He's actually become quite famous through COVID. He's a COVID fearmonger. I always think of him whenever I see one of his tweets on Twitter. I always think of him as Dr. Ding Dong, because his name is Dr. Eric Feigelding, and he's a ding dong. So there you go. This is what he says. He tweeted this. He goes, "Airborne precaution," all in caps. "Airborne precaution. New CDC update admits to, quote, theoretical risk of airborne transmission of monkeypox virus, and thus airborne precaution should be applied whenever possible. Don't take chances," Dr. Ding Dong says. "Let's learn from recent mistakes. Take precaution." So first of all, what does he mean by precaution? He means masking. He means social distancing. He means locking down. He means all of the things that didn't work to stop the spread of COVID that the government imposed on us. But the other part of this is the CDC is so absurd. The CDC has absolutely zero credibility except to leftists who want to control us and use the CDC as justification. But imagine actually using this phrase, theoretical risk of airborne transmission. You're supposed to be CDC is supposed to be a scientific agency. They're supposed to base their recommendations on data and studies, on evidence-based medicine. The theoretical risk of airborne transmission, that's nothing. That's nothing. We have no evidence that this is a respiratory virus, that this is spread through aerosols the way that COVID-19 is. We've known about monkeypox for decades, and it's never spread through airborne transmission that a mask would protect you from. Even if you accepted the premise that masks work against viruses like COVID, which you all know where I stand on that premise.
Folks, there's 5-alarm fires going off all around the world. It gives me no pleasure to report bad news, but also, and I read a story this morning in an Axios' morning newsletter. Guy, this might explain a lot as well. Guy's he's a big numbers guy like me. You know, we always want to make sure we're in tune with the audience and what you want. I was going to tell you this, but Guy and I were having a different conversation this morning. For other reasons, I'll leave out of this. But there is people's interest in news is starting to wane a little bit. And Axios is speculating it's because there's a lot of bad news, that's the irony, right? Isn't it? Liberals suck so bad. The suck fest of liberals is so bad that their greatest allies in the media cause people to tune out of their own programming because liberal policies create bad news so news people can't get people to watch their product as they defend liberals. Is the irony not delicious? People are starting to tune out news. My humble request after telling you that is that you don't. Things will turn around. They always do. We have been in far worse places before. My gosh, if we would have lost to the Nazis, the world would be a completely different, vile, and grotesque place right now. World War II, World War I, we were far less prosperous. Things are bad right now. I get it. But we got to stay in tune because we got to have the information we need to fight back. But here's what I mean. Or hiding it from you is doing you no good, and I'm not going to do that. A couple recommendations from podcasts. People are like, well, stop mentioning all the bad news sometimes. I'm not doing that. I'm not going to lie to you. If it costs me viewers and listeners once in a while, that's A-okay. Here's what I mean. It's 5-alarm fires, ladies and gentlemen, happening all around the world right now, and it's all, and I mean all, because of liberals, big government policies, authoritarianism, media goons, and socialists.
Here we are at Parliament grounds. Today we unite together as a movement, as one people, as we have been summoned by the People's Court to stand as the jury today in the trial of the people versus the New Zealand government. Where today we the people will decide either guilty or innocent. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready. The People's Court is about to commence. Please all join me as we stand together in the national anthem, God Defend New Zealand. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah, let's sing this loud. Let's sing this proud. E hoa atua o ngai wi mathura ata whakarongona me aroha noa ki Kia Make her praises heard afar. God defend New Zealand. God bless you all, New Zealand.
Awesome. Why don't you give yourselves a hand, New Zealand? I say New Zealand because you represent what is best about this nation. So put your hands together, give yourselves a hand, give yourselves a pat on the back. Welcome Wellington, welcome to those who come from all around the country to be here today. As you've seen from our opening speaker, we are here to put on trial the government of this nation. Before we do that, I want to give a bit of context, and I'd like to invite our first speaker up, first of all, to give you a context as to why we are here today. We've come on a bit of a journey, haven't we? Who's come on a bit of a journey? Gone through hell and come back, still standing, still smiling. Give it up for Aucklanders who've come all the way from Auckland. I'm giving you guys a special mention because back in October, when your city became the largest concentration camp in the country, our Prime Minister locked you down. Locked you down. Locked the South Island down as well. But there was a man who decided to stand up and speak up even when the city was on lockdown. When you get locked down, you don't keep your mouth shut. You stand up and you speak up for what is right. And this man stood and wanted to stand with a few other people as well. But as you heard at Civic Square, others who were invited to stand, when they realized the threat that was imposed upon them by the police, decided that they would rather not stand. In spite of that, this man decided, I will still stand and I will instigate across the country a national protest platform, a united national protest platform. Let me make that quite clear. You know, he stood against even his family's wishes to stand that day. I wouldn't want my dad to stand up there and put his own freedom and livelihood at risk, but he did that. And you know the reward that came with that. For standing up and holding a mic in your hand to exercise your free rights as a proud New Zealander, he got 10 days in prison. I'm not just talking about 10 days in prison, I'm talking about 10 days in solitary confinement. Isolating him from a prison population. What were they afraid of? That he would infect a population of prisoners on how to believe in themselves, how to back themselves, how to know their true identity, their true power, how to stand up with courage and to fight for themselves. You know what, ladies and gentlemen? Even the High Court of the judge, when it got to the High Court, conceded that it was wrong for him to have been in prison for the thing that he did. But you know what? The Crown would not give up. And they said, we don't want this man just to go scot-free. We're not happy about that. And so you know what happened? 78 days, not just free to walk around on the streets, but 78 days under 24-hour house arrest. 24-hour house arrest, while we have true criminals that are running rampant in this nation. That gives you an example of how things have turned upside down. But I tell you what, folks, by then it was too late. The protest movement that was started on that day has progressed and spread right throughout the country. 160 united, organized protests later, this man was able to unite a front of amazing men, might I say, courageous men, and still courage, and men right throughout the nation, myself included. And I tell you what happened under that united leadership. Look what happened throughout the cities of this nation, from the far north and Whangarei, Auckland, Hamilton, Tauranga, Whakatane, Rotorua, Gisborne, Hastings, New Plymouth, Wellington, Nelson, Christchurch, and I'll throw in there Dunedin as well. That's the united protest movement that was instigated to provide a platform of expression for every free New Zealander. I'm grateful that this man's sacrifice didn't just talk the talk. A lot of people can talk the talk about freedom. That's right, just like those politicians. But few people can walk the walk. And so I'm grateful to this man for sacrificing his own freedom and livelihood. So if there are any dissenting voices amongst us, it's time to cut it out. We got no more time for division. You know what our leadership is? Look behind you and see who is following you. Time to look towards that. The most powerful voice in this nation is not the voice of our politicians. I thought they were our politicians. It's not the voice of the police. It's not the voice of the judiciary. They all shut us out. They shut you out. The most powerful voice in this nation is the people. But has anyone bothered to ask us? No one has bothered to ask you. So here we are to stand today. I want to honour you, Brian Tamaki, the founder of the Freedom and Rights Coalition, for the united platform that you have established for every New Zealander. Every New Zealander to stand up and give expression to the life and the best life that they want in the most beautiful country in the world. I am looking forward to what you're going to bring to us today, for the hope that's going to come. So please put your hands together and welcome the founder of the Freedom and Rights Coalition, Brian Tamaki.
Charge them. Hello, New Zealand. I've got sunglasses on, not because God is shining the sun on us after many days of rain and flooding. It's appropriate that we have this beautiful day. I have really got my sunglasses on because a couple of tears fell out of my eyes. Tears for our nation. Tears for those who had great loss in the last 2.5, 3 years of the tyranny of this government, who forced people, did not lead, was not kind, and did not consider the outcomes that would be on the nation that trusted her and her government and Parliament to work for us and not against us. But anyway, before I speak a little bit for you and we get underway and have this long and waiting court session, I want to just welcome somebody and thank you very much, Heka, for that wonderful introduction. It was a incredibly torrid time, very taxing. I don't think a lot of people really realise what we, my wife Hannah, and our family actually went through to just stand and attend a peaceable, legal protest. And then I wasn't to know that the most dangerous weapon in this country is not guns, bullets, bombs, knives, or even wayward politicians' mouths. It was actually a mic in the hand of people who believe that we deserve better. So I want to give my wife a couple of minutes. She's the one that's had to be the jailer at my home. When I was in 24-hour curfew, the police said that they would just turn up randomly, and if I wasn't found at home, I'd be straight back in prison. So here she is. I want you to put your hands together for a beautiful lady, Hannah.
Tēnā koutou katoa. No mai, haere mai. It's so wonderful to have you here, and isn't it a glorious day? I think people thought we were going to get thunderstorms and rain, but We're so thankful for the beautiful weather that's come and for the beautiful people that you all are. I just want to know who I send my invoice to for 72 days of being a jailer. It was not easy. He was not an easy prisoner, I tell you that. Sometimes he was fun and sometimes he was not. And the other thing is, for all of you that were able to go to every other protest, good on you. You practiced your right to attend peaceful protests. I salute you. We were not able to be here. We had the police come to our house to make sure that he was home. You know, a few things, but reality is we're here, and I want to say this. We were here 18 years ago to the day, standing for families. We had our 3 married children here, and we had 4 grandchildren. Today we have 10 grandchildren and 3 great-grandchildren. We are not the sort of people that grow weary in doing the right things and doing good. And there is no way we will allow our children, our grandchildren and our great-grandchildren to fight the fights that we are capable of fighting for. So for the parents out here, for the grandparents, and I know there are great-grandparents here today, I want to say thank you for your courage. Thank you for your aroha. Thank you for the people that you are and the family that you encouraged and supported. I also want to say for those that are unvaxxed and vaxxed, we are the same people. There is no segregation in that. We are one people. We will always be one people. Don't let people say we class ourselves differently. We do not. I'm not going to talk much longer, but all I want to say is I really respect your stands. I must admit he was a hard prisoner, but unconditional love did kick in many, many times, and he was biting at the bit to be here. Those times he was not able to. It was a restraint, but self-discipline. But today is a free day, a day of freedom, a day that we will remember, a day that we will celebrate. So thank you again from the depths of our heart and our beings. God bless you all.
All right. Mr. Speaker of the House, Trevor Mallard, you just lost your job. That lady ought to be your replacement. Okay, I've just got a few minutes they've given me, and then we'll get on to the real stuff. I just want to bring a bit more highlight to what Hannah said, that 18 years ago, her and I and thousands of others came to this very parliamentary grounds. And that day we came here because we had to stand up to protect our families, our children and our grandchildren's future, as Hannah said. Because even way back 18 years ago, it's almost coming to 2 decades. And I was facing the Prime Minister then, the Honourable Helen Clark. And at that day, I can distinctly remember coming here, and it was called Enough is Enough. Isn't it amazing, ironic, that we're standing here 18 years later and having to say the same 3 words. Enough is enough. That tells you a whole lot, because when we started back there, we were doing it for my son and my 2 daughters. Now, as Hannah said, 10 grandchildren and 3 great-grandchildren. That's my son over there with Enough is Enough on it. And then my son-in-law, my daughter's here, and my extended family. Having to stand and come to the place that's supposed to be protecting us, not punishing us. That I had to stand here with thousands of others to just protect our family from what I believe began the beginning of a government that just started to go rogue, decided to turn our nation into something else that we did not want, and something else that doesn't belong in this country. This is not the nation I grew up in. This is not the New Zealand I remember, where we had freedoms, where we had our individual rights, that we weren't restricted and controlled and intruded upon and interfered least of all the government. And yet it's happened. I can recall, and I remember that statue, and I was standing here, and they were allowed up here those days. It was fairly relaxed because there wasn't the tension, the frustration, and the anger. So you can understand after 18 years, they have not changed course. They have continued the far left liberal agenda, seeped into our country overnight from somewhere. Helen Clark was the instigator. And when I was standing here that day, I was told by a good friend that I have here that worked with the Labor government that she was up there looking out as they are now. In fact, they've blacked it all out, I understand. They've blacked all the windows out. Put this up, it's like, when does a government hide itself inside the building we own, and we, the people, are out here? You would think. Go on. Yeah, that's deserved. You deserve it. This parliament. How can you have a healthy nation if your parliament is very sick? Why would the politicians that we voted in, 120 House representatives, that's what you are, representatives, not for your parties, not for your political flavour, not for Parliament. You are representatives for the people. You know, you've got to put your hands together and acknowledge that there are some tough Kiwis out here. On the way here, and thousands more wanted to be here, but they're trapped in the South Island. Not only by the floods and all the weather that came, but somehow they decided, the Transport Minister, I guess, and I think that's Michael Wood, the River of Filth man. The only River of Filth I know. He's the Transport Minister, I think. If I got it wrong, doesn't matter. You guys do that to us, so here's some payback. Somehow the ferries crossing had to be serviced for 24 hours. So those South Islanders who battled road detours that took them an extra 7 hours, I mean, talk about democracy in a free country. And so they couldn't get across. Many of them got trapped. So all our South Island brothers that couldn't make it today, we're standing for you. Now, hold on a minute. You know, if I was the South Island, I'd start declaring itself an independent state. If you so want to cut us off and cut the ferries off, well, you might as well do it alone, South Island. You'd probably do far better because you were locked down for 2 years and you didn't have a single case of COVID. That's nothing to do with health. Oh, I'm going to enjoy a little bit more. Can I have 5 minutes, please, Speaker? And so, in the North Island, when there was people wanting to travel down, these are not fruitcakes, weirdos, you know, the fringe element. There's the everyday hard-working Kiwis here, and that's what I am too. You know, shame on our media that go out and start beginning to categorise us and tubby-hole us and say we're this and call you that, conspiracy theorists. You know, the wacky edge. I've been in this country for 64 years. I've worked hard all my life. I've a farming background. I had my own business in forestry. I'm a musician. I was a great rugby player. And I played league and rugby, and I did well and represented rugby. And I had the Mark II Zephyr. That was the car of the day, Mark II Zephyr. And I'd carry my crate of Waikato. Yes, sir, the Waikato beer in the back. Some young people won't know what I'm talking about. Those are the days that we're free and young. We could go and fly like an eagle. We used to drink water out of the tap then, and we're all alive today. We used to leave our cars unlocked on the streets and nobody converted our cars. We used to leave our windows and our front door and back door open, the whole neighbourhood. The neighbourhood and the extended family photo, that was the police force then. We all looked after each other. Kids can play into the dark and we all got home safely without being molested or abducted. Nobody shot guns in our houses and bullets. The only guns we had as a farming family, and every farmer had a shotgun and a 303 at the front door. And there was never anybody getting shot. In those days, the only thing you shot was rabbits, possums, and cows. That's farmers, mate. I'm all for farmers. Put your hand up and clap for the farmers. But you know what? That life's gone. I don't necessarily say let's get back to New Zealand we had. I want to see a new New Zealand created. A better one than what we had before this COVID came. 120 House representatives in the last protest. I wasn't here. I was on my way down, but the police warned me from here in Levin. I got to Levin, the three of the guys driving me down, they said, my lawyer told me if I came down here, I'd be immediately arrested. I said, carry on, boys. They said no. They turned back and took me home. Probably was a wise decision. But I want to say to you that that moment was a critical moment in the history of our country and in the fate of this house behind me. It got to a point, and whatever you thought of the protesters or the protests, that's irrelevant to what I'm about to say. At one point, and we started that message way back in October when we first started, I was always anti-mandates, anti-coercion, and forcing people to take some medical procedure or be threatened to lose your livelihoods. Who'd have dreamed that New Zealand would ever got to that position in place? But this is what happened. And you know, it's important to realise that 1 in 3 Kiwis at the height of the protest movement, working from October 21 to March this year to the unfortunate violent end, I want to say something to you. It was not just in the minds and the hearts of those that are called protesters. I call you people. We had to protest. But in our country, there were 1 in 3 New Zealanders, 1 in 3. I didn't do too well on maths, but I think that's about 1,700,000. I'll take that figure. The media always fudge numbers. 1.7 million Kiwis. Actually, even though it was tentative and they did it from the safety of their houses or their workplaces or the privacy of their bedroom, they said they agreed. They agreed with our message. They agreed with our stand at that point that the mandates must stop. It's damaging our country, it's wrecking our economy, and it's making us into a people that we don't want to be. 1 in 3. At that moment, like today, and Prime Minister, Labour, National, ACT, Māori and Greens, you need to hear this. You don't want to make the same mistake twice. That at that point, at least one, just one, that was the moment that a backbencher could have been a hero. Who would have put a statue of him or her next to that one. If one politician had the courage to come out and stand because they know they represent the people before towing a party line. We didn't vote you in there to knuckle down and be bullied into towing a party line when the people are demanding that you come and you listen to who employs you, who pays you. You come out there and you are supposed to be representing your constituents, your electorate, the people of New Zealand. It tells you how outdated Parliament is. This politics here in this Parliament is irrelevant to the needs of the progress that people have made over these years, and that's the problem. We got people who want to live, who want to fulfill their potential, but we have an outdated parliament. This is what happened. Jacinda Ardern, you know what I'm talking about. There's no use going to the Official Information Act because apparently your members have been told not to write stuff on paper. So we, the public, can't get your devious dealings and behind closed doors so that we can get this all later and really get you to the International Court, which we're heading to. Now, you've got to understand, that was a critical moment in the history of New Zealand politics and this nation. So what Jacinda did, I've no doubt with Hipkins, Robertson, and others who were involved in this, they put together a cross-party agreement. Labor put it together. Now watch this. They sent it across to the Speaker of the House. He's the bully of all bullies. And Trevor Mallard, who's effective at bullying, went to Luxton of National Party. Seymour, who's supposedly been a freedom banner for us and there, but he ain't, of that, and the Māori Party, and of course the Greens. And they said, this is from Labour. This is a cross-party agreement that you will agree with and sign, that you will not let any of your MPs go out that door to speak to the people of New Zealand. Now, right there is hanging by a hair. If democracy wasn't quite dead in our country, it's about to die. They signed it. Luxton signed it. Seymour signed it. Māori Party signed it. And the Greens signed it. The moment they signed it, they were all signing their political death warrant. Even if you love ACT, even if you want to vote for National because you had enough of Labour, that's a bad move. Māori Party and Greens, they all... Do you know what opposition means? By the way, that's the biggest beneficiaries in the country, is the opposition, because they're not even government, they're unemployed officially. So we're paying them a big smack of money, the taxpayers' money, to the opposition. Opposition means, in political terms, and understanding that in political relationships, the opposition is supposed to oppose the government for the people. Now, we were a hurting nation. We were a wounded nation. We have been through 2.5 years of hell, Jacinda. You ripped families apart. People's businesses were collapsed. Over 60,000 jobs. You mandated frontline workers like nurses, GPs, and the midwives. And you also destroyed our education system. Then it's not enough then, and you told the farmers we're going to regulate beyond reasonability. So our farmers are suffering. That's not enough too. She's gone after our firefighters. And now undervalued, underpaying them. Government doesn't even pay for a service that keeps fires out of our cities, towns and houses and anywhere else. But that's not enough. I got some more F's for you. She decided to mess with our freedoms. So it's not just farmers and firefighters, it's also our families and our freedoms. She meshed and split up families with vaccine apartheid. We are now defined by a liquid in a little container. You're either vaxxed and unvaxxed. I've always been pro-choice, and I respect the choice of the vaxxed. You are our friends, you're not our enemies. And as Hannah said, the vaxxed and the unvaxxed have both been lied to. And so when they signed that agreement, at that point and moment, democracy was completely killed. The fate of that parliament, and hear me, New Zealand, because I know it's not just here. We have a huge support base out there in the country of New Zealand that couldn't be here today, and they wanted to be here, but there are more people for us than actually is for them. So we can't vote for anybody in that parliament. Now Luxton and Act and all of the others in the opposition are going around after taking away your freedoms and your rights and seeing us badly damaged through the bad policies of this government. Now they're coming back saying, vote for me. And I want to put this clearly out to mainstream New Zealand. And I'll talk about it when I finish just in a sec. I want to tell you now, you cannot vote for anybody in this. And you'll probably say, well, who can we vote for? Well, I'm going to bring you good news today. We don't have to put up with what they did to us. So definitely Labour hasn't been supporting this country. He's a Prime Minister who says, she said this, I will be the Prime Minister for all. Jacinda, you said all Kiwis. You would be the Prime Minister for us as well. We're hard-working, mid-strand, middle families, maybe under and over. There's a mixture of all sorts of people here. We're not fruitcakes. We're not extremists. I'm not an extremist. My evidence of my fruit and my work I've done in this country speaks for itself. I'm a father, a grandfather, a husband, and a great-grandfather. I've worked hard all my life, and I'm seeing my country go down the gurgler. You said you'd be our Prime Minister. I'm going to ask you, why don't you come out and show face today? And I know you're here. Ask the Minister of Police, Hipkins, to come. Ask the Minister of Police, Chris Hipkins, to come with you. Because a few years ago, the Minister, Chris Hipkins, he actually was here protesting in these grounds. You want to hear this? He was protesting, the Minister of Police, in these grounds. That's cool. They sat in, they had their reason why they protested, it's a right. But they were charged and arrested. But later on, he received mercy through the court system, and he was discharged. So, Connor, I'm asking, I still got my charges, Chris. And probably what you did was worse than I did, because all I did was speak like this at a protest that I'm allowed to be at, and you charged me, and I got these charges, and I kept getting charges because I'm not guilty. When are you guilty attending a protest and speaking? So I want you to tell the Central Police Station in Auckland to drop all charges against me and my men. And my wife's got charges on her too. You better, I'll come back here 50 times stronger. And you will remove the concrete bollards, because this is owned by the people, the public place. We are not wreckers, we are not violent, we never have been, you guys know it. So I expect you, as I wind this up, that you would come out, Jacinda. One politician should come out. No politicians came out before. Now, I decided, and I'm going to be honest with you, I decided we need to do something about this, because there is not a good political platform that represents a large percentage, and it tells me there's about 50% in this country now that want this government gone. Now we've got a weak opposition, got a very weak opposition. They're lame, they flip-flop, they piddle around. We don't want any more career politicians running our country. I don't want any more power-hungry people on the list who've got no skills and don't know what they're doing. A kindergarten teacher ends up running and being the Minister of Police. That is crazy. So we've created this, and I've got together, and I've been working hard with some good people, and we've now established an umbrella party called Freedoms in New Zealand. And it's about to be registered with the Electoral Commission. Now here's the miracle they said that you couldn't have. Could you unite the small parties? And I thought, yes, that's something I can do. I'm not standing personally myself, but this is something that I could do. I believe I could use what talent and gifts, and there's a whole lot of people in this country right now who could do far better job than a lot of those people in there. And so it's registered, but we now have 3 parties, 3 good parties that have made a commitment. 2 are here today, 1 is in London. 2 have signed a memorandum of agreement. They're totally committed. The 3rd one's just finally getting a sign-off and approval from their people and their board, but they've given the thumbs up. So that's 3 good parties that have already committed in uniting to fight for what is right, to bring a whole new era of politics. We need a new election. We need a new government. And so the people of New Zealand, it's out. I won't say the names right now. Well, I could do if you want. Do you want to? All right. The first one is the New Nation Party. The second one is Vision New Zealand, which polled. The third one is the Outdoors and Freedom Party with Sue Gray. As I said, Sue and her team are still getting the final things together, but we're quite certain that's a sign-off. We have 2 other parties that are also talking and are very interested. So I'd imagine, you know, as the year rolls on, this is going to be a very powerful political platform. We want you to be represented. We need a decentralised government and get it back into the communities on the ground. But that's all I can say about that. I would love you to, as soon as you see it come up online, to begin to join us. With all my heart, I'm telling you, I've been around for a while and I've supported National, I've voted Winston, New Zealand first, but you know, now I have no confidence in making these mistakes for my children and grandchildren's future. I want something that's sound, that's going to be for the people, has great policies, is going to enshrine the Bill of Rights into supreme law status to protect our individual rights, and this will never happen again. I actually want to call out the Democracy New Zealand Party and also the New Conservatives. You need to join the umbrella of hope. Get under it. So I'm putting that call out to both of those. You know who I'm talking about. And who knows? Anybody else? If New Zealand First, I know Winston gave us this, but you know, there's people out there with New Zealand First who probably feel like us. They resonate with what we believe about our country. Okay, thank you so very much. You've given me a bit more space. And I want to say, I just love the freedom community, and I love those New Zealanders, those Kiwis who are believing for a better country. They don't like the direction this country's going in. I love you with all my heart. I thank you so much for supporting Hannah and I. Yeah, we take a lot of stuff. I'm not going to start on the mainstream media. Oh, you'll keep. But Sharma, Dr. Sharma drama, I understand he's been expelled. He's now an independent MP. Now, hold on. Here's a message for you, Dr. Sharma. You probably heard this, or you may be still thinking about what you're going to do with your future. I would say you need to give me a call. Well, as they say, the more the united, divided, oh, you're too good. Okay. Helen Clark said up in the window, the man that was working for them had a conversation with me. And I was speaking like this, and she said, And 3 people down from him was a young Jacinda Ardern. And Helen said, that man is dangerous. That's 18 years ago. Well, I fulfilled your prophecy, Helen, wherever you are. She said to me I'd go away. I told her she would be finished soon because she's been voted in. And if I can say this, please, with all respect to your beliefs, God put me in this position. That's my calling. So I said, you'll be out with a shout soon, because people vote you in and they'll vote you out. I'll be still here. Well, hi-de-da, Helen, she went, and I was still here. Jacinda, you will be voted out, and same with all of Labour and all of National and ACT, you'll be voted out. But guess what? Brian Tamaki will still be in his same job. Thank you very much. God bless you.
This will be a government.
Here comes Judge Dredd.
This will be a government for all New Zealanders. Effective immediately, we will move to alert level 3, move to level 4. As a government, we will do everything in our power to protect you. Police are calling it family harm these days, and in the first few days of lockdown, they said there was a 24% spike in that harm. The ugliness that's reported, that is, because 80% of it gets swept under the rug. We had someone leave their abusive partner and went to the family, and their family wouldn't let them into their house because they were outside of their bubble. A great sense of fear, because I knew a lot of people had been working during lockdown and had now come back, and some of these people were forced to leave school. So I'd be sitting in class and then I'd watch someone walk in and give the teacher their leavers notice.
It's been a hell of an ordeal for Brad Stevenson to see his dying dad.
It put a lot more stress on me than it should have.
At 4:45, he was finally picked up and driven the 209 kilometres to Tauranga Hospital. Brad got just 2 hours with his dad before being driven back to MIQ, arriving at 1 a.m. 7 hours later, he was released just to drive back to Tauranga Hospital.
Yeah, man, but Koei, unfortunately, we cannot open again for 4 weeks. So just letting you all know, as I've been here for an hour, and maybe the phone's rang about 20 times just asking us.
Yeah, so will you, in this country, have sanctions against people who don't take or aren't vaccinated against?
Well, we haven't done that because actually when you look at the levels of vaccination we managed to reach in New Zealand, they are high.
But no penalties if you don't?
I see no reason to do that.
There's no vaccination, no summer fun.
If you want to go to bars and restaurants, get vaccinated. If you are not vaccinated, there will be everyday things you will miss out on.
Sue McIntyre did her bit last year, lining up for her first jab. But a week later, she looked in the mirror and found part of her face was frozen.
And I went to brush my teeth and the toothpaste was drilled out of one side of my mouth and the other side was completely motionless. I couldn't move one side of my face.
Tests at hospital revealed she had developed Bell's palsy, a sudden and usually temporary paralysis of a facial nerve. For Sue McIntyre, the experience was terrifying. Ashley Bloomfield has since rejected her plea, saying he was not satisfied the exemption criteria had been met.
So you basically said this is going to be like, well, it's almost like you probably don't see it like this. There's two different classes of people. If you're vaccinated or if you're unvaccinated, you don't need these rights. If you are vaccinated,
that is what it is. So, yep. While this is by no means the largest protest Parliament has seen, it's one of the ugliest. Speaker Trevor Mallard, the boss of Parliament, looked on, the police resorting to forceful removal.
What we saw today was not representative of the vast bulk of New Zealanders.
Did you consider going outside to meet them?
No.
But underneath all of that, Madam Speaker, there is a river of filth.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, welcome to the first session of the New Zealand People's Court. My name is Justice Southey, and I am the judge assigned to this court. You have been summoned for the case of the people and the New Zealand government. This is a criminal case under the structure of the International Criminal Court. This case has been brought by the plaintiffs, the people of New Zealand, who will be represented by Prosecutor Heka Robertson. The defendant is the New Zealand government. As yet, they have chosen not to attend court and have not provided representation. If they do not show, we will only hear from the prosecution today. The charge brought against the defendant is crimes against humanity, as detailed in the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court. Specifically, Article 7(1)(k). Inhumane acts intentionally causing great suffering or serious injury to body, mental or physical health. This is a serious charge. As the jury, your responsibility is to listen carefully to the accusations being made and the first-hand experiences of the witnesses. And after this, I will briefly recess the court for you to deliberate, and then will require your decision as to whether the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of the crime that has been claimed. Jury, I thank you for your service today. I now invite the prosecutor to present his opening statements. Court is now in session.
Thank you, Your Honour. Your Honour, from 2020 to 2021 and 2022, in almost every area of society, this government has continuously failed to uphold its responsibility to its people. Like a financial sieve, its irresponsible decision-making has been draining New Zealand of resource. It has emptied taxpayer coffers as it implements inhumane policies in an effort to boost its own reputation on the international political stage. It locked out Kiwis from their own country at a time when they needed home the most. It left New Zealand businesses bleeding out, many with little chance of survival if they hadn't already died. And the hopes and dreams of hard-working everyday Kiwis lay steaming in its wake. New Zealand, Your Honour, is wounded and hurting, and the abuser is its own leadership. Shortly, Your Honour, I will invite a number of witnesses to the stand, and they will provide evidence of how the inhumane acts of the New Zealand government over the COVID-19 health response period have affected them personally. These accounts are confronting, but they show the brutality, the inhumanity that is the true representation of this government. Today, these witnesses will show you, and the jury will prove beyond reasonable doubt, that the New Zealand government is guilty of crimes against humanity for inhumane acts affected on its own people.
Thank you, prosecution. I now invite you to call your first witness to the stand.
Thank you, Justice Southey. The United Nations called domestic violence the shadow pandemic. Contributing factors included the stress of lockdowns, housing insecurity, financial stresses due to income loss and unemployment, and people's isolation from their support systems. And in New Zealand, we were not exempt from this. Prior to COVID, in 2019, Your Honour, there were 151,609 reported cases, domestic violence cases. That rose to 165,039 in 2020 as these restrictions were implemented, and at the height of the government's COVID measures in 2021, that number increased to over 172,000 cases of domestic violence, and those are just the ones that are reported. I now invite the first witness to the stand, Hazel
tukuriri. Hazel, you're a witness to the claim that this government has acted inhumanely against its own people. Can you please tell the jury about what it was like to parent your children during the government's COVID-19 health response period?
Sure. Kia ora everyone. Kia ora. My name is Hazel Tukuriri. I just wanted to start off introducing myself and just being a voice for so many wahine out there and men that had their voice taken away. I was born and bred in Mangere and currently live in Manurewa. So right on the thick of what I'm about to speak about, my husband, he hails from the far north, from Kaitaia, and was raised in Bluff. So I'm speaking to anyone in between those towns. That's all of New Zealand right now. So I'm gonna set the tone and kōrero about domestic violence. So for me and my family, my whānau, I'm a mother of 11. Me and my husband have 11 children, and I'm proudly fully unvaxxed. So when our country went into this craze of lockdown, it was so daunting on me and my whānau. We have a housing house and we stay in Manurewa. So for our family being so big, what went on in my head and my husband's head was anxiety and worry and fear. If any of our children get sick, any of us get sick, that we could all die, because that's what the government told us. So we did lock our kids up. We wouldn't let them play outside. We wouldn't let them out the gate, because that's what the government told us to do, not to associate with anybody else. So we live in a two-story home with, quite odd, there's a one-bedroom upstairs. And so me and my husband, we told our kids that that's where they will be staying until this lockdown is over. You can imagine the pressure our kids were under, and us as parents, being very, very overprotective parents, and we just didn't want a germ or anything to come near our children, because this is what we were told. We were fooled. Yeah. And we would sanitize the grounds, do, extreme things as parents. Sanitize our shoes. As we went up, I was a shopper, I went up the road. And during this time, it caused so much stress and frustration to our tamariki and to us. Every time someone exited the house, there was a kariki about that whether or not they're going to bring home COVID, and the anxiety I had being the person doing the shopping, I'm going to make all my kids sick. And that stand that I took to not be vaccinated, when the vaccination came around, the peer pressure that put on us as well. Let alone finances. I don't have to explain that with the amount of children I have. So let's talk about the violence, that side of things. It became violent even with my children. So during the COVID lockdown, I lost my kids. I was called neglectful because I wouldn't let them go to school when school reopened. But I was that afraid of sending my kids to school, because that's what we were told. That's what we were fooled, that I wouldn't let them. And I had children that were flying in school. They're doing so well. And while the media would show things on Good Morning, like people colour coordinating their clothes, we didn't go through that, not at all. We were trying to fight for our family to stay well. So my kids my big girls, because they're bigger than me, one was in year 13, the other in year 12, and they would physically fight me to get down the stairs just to go to school. But I knew I was doing the right thing, because that's what the government told me.
You're good, Mom!
So my kids fought their way out the door and ran to school. Just to, within the first week, they started back. School was closed again. They were locked up again. So I felt like the government exposed my kids to the virus by letting them go back to school and go around everyone after telling us not to. And I feel like we will never get that time back. We will never undo the harm that has been done. So I just want to tap into that percentage of people that went through domestic violence. It was out the roof. You know, we stayed in Rewa, there was call-outs all around us. So just know that you have a voice through me.
Hazel, the inhumane policies of the New Zealand government in regards to the police's ability to respond to domestic violence situations, those have affected you personally as well. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
I sure can. So with me and my husband, because we're dealing with all these children that are upset, frustrated, had a guts full. You know, you put anyone in a room for this long, it's like being in a cage. And we would have to deal with these whawhai all the time and try and settle and try and reassess everything every day. And that caused us to fight a lot, more than we ever had. Because we're right in each other's face, we're not allowed to leave, we're not allowed to go to whānau. Whānau didn't want us to come over either because we burst in their bubble. So we felt so isolated and just felt like we had no voice. Everything was on the phone or you were on hold forever. No one answered.
Thank you, Hazel. Well, jury, you've seen the impacts of isolation. You've seen it compounded and you've heard the statistics of 172,000 cases of domestic violence and the strain on the police force and an inability to respond to that. So Hazel, I would like to thank you for providing your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. If I might add one thing to that, when we had a big fight and I took my sons and I went to the one neighbour that would let me in and I asked her to can I use your phone to ring the cops? And you know what she said to me? She said to me, should I ring Man Up or should I ring the police? And I really wish we had rung my Man Up because they rang the police. And a question I was asked over the phone, let alone my life was at risk, and so were my tamariki. They asked me if I was vaccinated. They asked me the size of my family, if they were vaccinated. And you know what I answered? So they took 3.5 hours to come. 3.5 hours, and during that time, who knows what would have happened. I had to hibernate, I had to hide myself within my neighbour's home, someone that was loving enough to help another New Zealander. So really stuff the government. We need to sack that government ASAP. Thank you.
Thank you, Hazel Tukuriri. You've just seen a snapshot inside the home, inside the four walls of what represents many New Zealanders during that time.
Your next witness, prosecution.
Thank you, Your Honour. I'd like to introduce my next witness. At the height of the government lockdown measures, no tangihanga or funerals were allowed. During level 3 lockdown, funerals were still limited to just 10 people. Families were restricted from performing cultural practices in their homes. And before that, they were left with saying goodbye to their loved ones, handing them over to the hands of a funeral director and being forced to wave goodbye at the front door. During 2020 and 2021, there were 34,000 deaths in New Zealand. That is 34,000 Kiwi families that were restricted in the way that they could grieve their loved ones. 34,000 families denied the one opportunity to honour their loved ones in the appropriate way and in a way that would make them heal. Surely there would have been another way for families to express their grief. I now invite my next witness to the stand, Mr. Paris Winiata. Paris, you've had to face every parent's worst nightmare during this time. In your own words and in your own time, could you please tell the jury here today your experience and how this government's inhumane policies have affected you and your family?
As the prosecutor has alluded to, there were 34,000+ families that suffered losses last year. My wife and I were one of them, and not to take anything away from the whānaus that lost loved ones, ours unfortunately wasn't due to natural attrition. Ours was a promise that was given to us before we were married, that we would be born a boy. This boy was the promised child that we so longed for. He passed away at the age of 14 months. And the government and their restrictions did not allow my whānau and our friends, key people in our lives that were going to deliver us strength, hope and peace to grieve during this process. We're not talking about 2020 when the level 4 lockdown, we're talking about August 2021 when science and statistics showed us that COVID was not a threat to our communities. For the last nearly 12 months, I've sat here wondering why me, why my son? And it's become evident today that this burden that I must carry is a burden that I must carry so that no one here in my nation has to carry that burden ever again. That if your loved ones pass away, I will stand and fight so that you can go through the grieving process that you so deserve.
Thank you, Paris. Paris, at the time that you were carrying out the funeral for your boy, I'd like to ask you about your vaccinated family members, because vaccinated family and friends, surely the government would have allowed them to attend the funeral, as the government were the ones who were ensuring the safety of the vaccination.
As we've clearly established here today, that the government have lied over and over and over again. And like most people, I wasn't truly aware of the extent until it affected me personally, me and my whānau. And that's why I choose to stand today, so that no one else has to go through the same thing. I would rather give you foresight rather than hindsight. They told us, if you want to go to music festivals, get vaccinated. If you want to be able to work in your chosen career, get vaccinated. They said if you want to attend tangihanga, get vaccinated. If you want to mourn and grieve with your whānau and friends, get vaccinated. Well, I had family and friends double vaccinated, wearing masks, complying in every aspect that the government put upon us, and were still unable to attend my son's tangi. If that's not enough for you to get rid of this government, I don't know what is.
Thank you, Paris. Paris, I just want to, there's a process of grieving that is natural to all people. That takes time, but it's particularly around having family around. Can you please talk about how the government's actions affected your grieving process?
Come on, boys.
The process is still going through today. Still unable to see whānau and friends, loved ones. It's like going over his burial. Every single time I see a whānau member or friend that was unable to visit his tangi, that the embrace is all over again. The strength that should have been provided for me on the day that I laid him to rest is continuing to have to overflow and overflow, and the memories of the tragic things that we saw, that I went through, is played over and over and over again. And I speak not just from physical harm, but mental welfare. We already know we're in a state of emergency with our mental health and where we're at. And I've got whānau and friends that I haven't seen for a long time that are here today, flown all the way from Australia. To be here with everyone else, to stand and fight. And for me, that's again going back over that. That's that embrace that they're giving me is an embrace that they should have been able to give me. That was my right to attain that embrace and that grieving process when I laid him to rest. I shouldn't be forced to have to go through over and over and over again the tragic loss that happened to me and my family. But in my closing statement, I do want to say, as hard as it has been and the loss that we have had to go through, I will go through it over and over and over again so that my fellow citizens of New Zealand won't have to go through it.
Thank you very much, Prince William, for your testimony. There you see, Your Honour, an example of how the inhumane practices of this government have tampered with the natural process of human care and love for one another. I'd like now to call my next witness to the stand, Your Honour. From September to November in 2020, over 16,000 New Zealand businesses closed permanently, compared to 7,000 over the same period in the year before. Your Honour, that's an increase of 127%. Business closures were prominent in the sectors most affected by the pandemic, including hospitality, tourism, wholesale trade and the fitness sectors. For business owners, Your Honour, closing a business can be like a death. Years of sheer hard work all down the drain despite their very best efforts, and the feeling of failure and uncertainty of the future can deeply affect their mental well-being. I would like now to call upon the next witness to the stand, Steve Oliver. Thank you for being here today, Steve. Could you please tell us about your business and how the government's lockdowns have affected it initially?
Yeah, my name's Steve Oliver. We just run a family gym. You know, it's just a regular gym in West Auckland, and you know, we've just been we're 3 generations deep in the community, and we just you know, the community's a focus, and we were told to lock down, and you know, we could just see. You know, the first lockdown we done as we told, and we locked down. Then we could see in the community, all these experts were telling us stuff was going on. It was like watching a episode of Shortland Street. It was like something's happening on TV, but in the reality, in community, it's not happening. So we just made a call, and we're like, man, you know, there's people out there suffering. There's people losing their families, people losing their jobs. You know, mental health is a real issue. That's the killer in our community. So we're just going to open up. So. We just wanted to be a safety net and a safe place for the fathers and the mothers that you know, were losing everything at the time, and you know, the families that couldn't access, you know, couldn't go to the movies in the family, couldn't go to the pools, couldn't even go to the library. You know, it's such a danger to the community. And the kids, you know, the kids at 12 years old were given. You know, told to make a choice whether they took a needle or not when, you know, adults regret a tattoo after 2 weeks. And, you know, they were kicked out of their family networks. They were kicked out of their sports teams. You know, and just at a time, a real crucial time when kids are trying to find their identity was huge. So there was a real mental health issue going right through the family, from the adults right through to the children. So we just wanted to be that safe space, and wanted to stay open just for the community.
So Steve, you made a courageous decision to stay open, to provide all of the services and the care that you normally do for your community. Can you tell me how the government dealt with you not wanting to close your doors?
We're getting you know, constant emails and constant phone calls telling us that they're going to prosecute and shut us down, and there's a lot of pressure, you know, a lot of pressure on us as a family, and you know, they just make visits, coming around to my business, you know, trying to make us out like we're criminals. And I just said, man, I've got kids that are suicidal. I'm the only safe place for these kids. I'm the only place they can go. So if I close the door, that's on me. You know what I mean? So go ahead, throw your flyers around, and you know, they even went to the extent of redirecting our gym phone line to a vaccine hotline. I got too many hits of that one, but yeah, it's pretty feeble.
So you're talking about fines is one thing, but the additional pressure, and I would say the word bullying, that has been directed at your family, I guess that further compounds the threat to your business. What were the personal effects on your family of that?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of anxiety. You know, I've you know, lived a full life and always, you know, gone out on the front foot and in sport and business and everything, and proud of what we've achieved. And you know, it was a time. It puts a lot of pressure on the family. Puts a lot of pressure on. You know, I've got 5 kids in the house. I've got 8 kids. All up, we got, you know, my baby just had a 2-year-old birthday just on Saturday, and you know, you feel bad, you know, because the pressure's real. The kids, you know, you're missing out on those, you know, those beautiful years with your kids under this pressure, and you know, sometimes you just got to do what's right, no matter what the personal costs.
Thank you, Steve. I'd like to thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you, prosecution. If you could introduce your final witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honour. 62,000 Kiwis reported experiencing an adverse reaction to the COVID-19 vaccine that was recommended by the government. 3,500 of them reported serious, life-shortening reactions, including myocarditis, stroke, heart inflammations, paralysis, and heart attacks. As lockdown restrictions relaxed and we went back to our normal lives, there was a large group of Kiwis who could not go back to normal. Many of them had trusted the government and were trying to remain compliant in order to keep their jobs and support their families, but they had been seriously injured and life as they knew it had dramatically changed. You and I now invite the next witness to the stand, Tania Martin. Tania, your husband Rob has been affected by the government's vaccine mandates during this time. Could you please tell the jury your experience?
Hi, kia ora everybody. So I'm here to be a witness on behalf of my husband. This is my husband. I put him on a t-shirt. I made this for this occasion. He's over here. So he was here at the last freedom protest. But yeah, since COVID, his life has been flipped upside down for the worse. I'm here on his behalf, but I'm also standing for all that's injured. There's thousands and thousands and thousands, and many that have lost their lives. So I'm here to represent them. My husband, he's a good man. He's a good man, and he's the strongest man I know. But he was fit and he was healthy. And yeah, 18 years ago we were here. We were here protesting, and enough is enough. My husband, he was a specialized usher. He was up there at the front, more than well able to hold his own, but he can't anymore. He needs a stick to aid him while he walks. He is in constant pain, and he has chest pains, and he's in agony, and now, you know, if he needs to go a long distance, he needs a wheelchair, and that's what the vaccination has done to him.
I'm sorry to hear that, Tanya. You know, New Zealand has ACC to provide financial relief and support to Kiwis who are dealing with injuries and accidents. This is what our taxes pay for. How has ACC supported your family during this time?
ACC who? What? Nothing. Nothing. We've paid our taxes. We've worked many years. And for what? A vaccination injury is not an accident. A heart attack and a stroke is not an accident. Where do we go? We're back on a benefit? Oh, and can I ask you a question? Not you, but maybe ask the government, Jacinda Ardern, this question's for you. Where's my supported living payment? I didn't get that. My husband didn't get that. But you go and pay it to people that are dead in a grave, and you go and pay it to people that are overseas that don't need an income. And we need it because we don't have a job anymore. But I didn't get a living supported whatever payment.
Tanya, you're clearly not getting the support that is due to you and that your taxes and our taxes pays for. Without having that support, and with what your husband is going through right now, take me a little bit through what your day-to-day life looks like now.
Day-to-day, it's a little bit hard for me. It's not about me, it's about my husband, and I'm standing for all backs injured. But in my home right now, I've got an 11-year-old daughter who has a slipped hip, so she's got one leg longer than the other. I've got a muko who was in hospital last night because of a virus, and I tell you, before COVID, they didn't tell you about a virus. If you had kids that were sick, they would say viral infection. Now they're naming all the viruses. They're making sure that it's not a COVID. They name all the viruses out there. But we all got pressures of life. We're all going through things. So just add on top of all of that, my husband, who's in constant pain. It's just not right. It's wrong.
Thank you, Tanya. Thank you for your testimony.
God bless.
Thank you, prosecution. Could you please make your closing statements?
Thank you, Your Honour. Well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have heard the testimonies of all the witnesses that have stood before you today. Their stories, they are but representative of the thousands upon thousands of New Zealanders who have had their lives adversely affected and impacted by what they have been through by this government, our defendant. And you've seen just a snapshot of what goes on behind the four walls of their private homes. That's a simple snapshot of the wider impacts that have happened to many families that go unnoticed, that go unacknowledged, and that go ignored by the defendant, this government. If I can remind you today, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the charge that has been brought to the court this morning is about inhumane acts, intentionally causing great suffering or serious injury to body, mental or physical health. I'm sure that you would be in agreement with me that the testimonies that you have heard today attest to the very thing that this charge is holding against this government. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it's critical for you to find the defendant guilty of the charges held and send a strong message to this government, to the defendant who is on trial today, that their actions cannot continue. The evidence that you've seen today is undeniable. It's not anecdote, it's not media lies, it's undeniable evidence of this government's heartless, inhumane treatment to its own people. I trust, jury, that you will reach a verdict fitting of this defendant's inhumane actions. Thank you, Your Honour.
Thank you, prosecution. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have heard from the prosecution and each of the witnesses today. It is now time for you to deliberate amongst yourselves and deliver your verdict as a group. Shortly, the court will go into recess, and when the court resumes, if you believe the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, you will be asked to shout out guilty. If you believe the defendant is not guilty, please remain silent. Now, I just want to reiterate that and repeat it so that we're clear. When the court resumes, if you believe the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, you'll be asked to shout guilty. If you believe the defendant is not guilty, please remain silent. Until then, court is in recess for 2 minutes. Kia ora.
Is anybody coming out yet? Nicola Willis. Well, it looks like people of New Zealand, I really think somebody should have come out today. I think the New Zealand media need to report on the fact is that this is absolutely undemocratic. It is a slap in the face of the people of New Zealand that after 2 protests, now you had excuse, Jacinda, the last one, ended in fire and fury. This one was about family and future. You should be able to come out, somebody, because this is everyday New Zealanders. I'm going to give you a couple of minutes while a couple of people come here, because I still got a little wee bit of faith. It's draining out quickly. That one politician would revive, maybe resurrect democracy in New Zealand again. Okay. 2 minutes, then you're going to get the verdict. I thought it would be really awesome because of this new political establishment we've done. I hope you're going to join us. I'm in, all my family. I want Hannah, who actually polled recently. That's pretty cool. And for Michael to have a couple of minutes each just to tell you that it's true what I said. Come on, Michael. Give me a hand.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Hannah. Thank you, New Zealand. We've heard some very eloquent words. I'm just going to tell you I am here and represent New Nation Party. We're new, we're one nation, and we are a party. This government is in self-destruction mode. I can assure you of that. But there is an answer to it. They don't listen to protests, we all know that. They don't listen to petitions, and they don't listen to referendums. But we can beat them in the ballot box. And I can assure you, the New Nation Party will back this new umbrella party 100%. The situation is extremely serious. The country is broke. If there was any major upset now, whether it be another major earthquake, foot and mouth, whatever, this government cannot pull us out of it. They wasted billions. There's a price to be paid for that, and it's in the ballot box. They're as good as gone, and you have my commitment via the New Nation Party. We will be part of it, and there's no stone unturned that we will not to achieve that result.
Oh, hello again. Okay. Some of you did not realise that my Vision Party, Vision New Zealand, was still around, but then I polled, and so obviously some of you did. We're very consistent. Our main push is for families. It always has been. It was no mandates, all those things, and the free for you to make a decision whether you were vaccinated or not. It's still 100% the same. Vision New Zealand. And we're very thankful for those people that did put us through the polls. It was actually a big surprise when I sat in front of the camera and they said, how do you feel about the fact that Vision New Zealand polled? And I was like, oh, well, that's really lovely, isn't it? It was such a surprise. And I said, obviously, people have seen Brian and I together standing for the rights of all New Zealanders. And I think that's what attributed to Vision New Zealand polling. The last thing I want to say is this. Sometimes you've been guilty of association. For me to poll, I didn't mind being guilty of association with Brian Tamaki. But when I got arrested and put on bail for being married to Brian Tamaki, I disagree and disapprove of that. I want my charges dropped. I want my DNA destroyed. I want my... Actually, can I give you a little joke? Can I? Sorry, you're standing in the sun. When they took my mugshot, I was like this. Because when you see mugshots, they're pretty ugly because people feel sad, but I knew I was innocent. Please enroll, join this party, join Vision, join the umbrella. We're allowed to be part of two parties. If you're a part of either of ours, please join the umbrella. Freedom's New Zealand. Thank you.
Freedom, 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 freedom. Okay. What's the verdict? Oh, sorry, Jack. Oh, sorry. Kill it. So I get in trouble, sorry.
Get in trouble. All right. Court is back in session. Would the jury please give me their full attention? It says in here for you to rise, but you're already standing, so that's good. The jury, please give me their full attention. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this is serious. On the count of crimes against humanity for inhumane acts, how does the jury find the defendant guilty or not guilty? Yeah. Order in the court. You have delivered a guilty verdict for the defendant. And I acknowledge for many of you here that this trial is the culmination of an emotional and distressing past 2 years for the COVID-19 health response period. And because of that, I thank you, jury, for your service today. And I hope that collectively you will reach an appropriate sentence when the opportunity is presented to you. Court is adjourned. Kia ora.
Thank you, Judge Dredd. Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. When's the sentencing? Okay, well, you will see that. Watch this space. Ladies and gentlemen, what you saw enacted on the grounds of Parliament, this was not theatre. This was real lives. And so I would like to acknowledge the witnesses who stood, as I acknowledge every single man and woman here today, as they represented the stories that you're living with in your own homes. And I acknowledge you for standing in courage through adversity and continuing to stand. More people are joining us. More people are coming to your light as you stand boldly and courageously. I want to acknowledge Brian Tamaki for the work that you've put in. I know you've been kept away from this place for many times, but here we are today. The heavens have opened and we're moving forward. So I just want to say, ladies and gentlemen, that keep on moving on. Keep on focusing. You heard at the centre, text MOVE to 366 and you'll be able to keep track of everything that's going on. If you're in Palmerston North tomorrow, we will be in Palmerston North pushing this fight for freedom and most importantly this fight for unity. You've all got a vote. Let's bring it together. United we stand, divided we fall. Thank you. I'm going to pray and then we're going to end. God of nations, at thy feet, in the bonds
of love we meet. Hear our voices, we entreat. God defend New Zealand. Amen. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Let's keep in touch, and we'll see you real soon. Safe travels home, Convoy. Give yourselves a hand, New Zealand.
Other way.
Need to the mic. Wait, stop. We good?
Yeah.
Okay, guys, just a
Hang
real
on.
quick sum
Why
up.
is it so?
Right, we good? Oh, you might want to like make it smaller.
Yeah, I
too.
just was your like real. Okay, that's better.
Just a real quick sum up before we sign off and have a look at getting us something cold, like a drink of water and an ice cream, perhaps. But just a real quick sum up about outside of what you've actually experienced through TV is what I can gather is this was an opportunity to be able to not just air some of the public concerns that are out there in regards to vaccine mandates, in regards to mandates in general, the way that it's affected all types of society, because that was quite evident in the People's Court that was just finished. But what this was also an opportunity for as we were suggesting in our live that we done last night, that this is to be used as a leverage to be able to gain the support of an umbrella political party. How that relationship would look in terms of who would actually lead that political party is yet to be determined, and I'm actually very inquisitive myself, not because I have concerns, but I think if there's going to be any type of open transparency, it has to start with the top. So I'm hoping to be able to catch some comments from Brian Tamaki, not necessarily from myself, but there's enough information that's out there as to how he would sit in regards to his ability to be able to direct and lead these political parties, whether it's him at the top of this umbrella or if it's the collective working together to be able to make decisions. And the only reason why I say that is because I'm going to be honest with you, it's not because I have any type of political nous. I've only been learning about politics for the past 2 years, but I have a real deep depth in knowledge about leadership and how teams work. And that's where my concern is that if you're involved in any type of team and it's not being made absolutely clear about how the leaders of your team are determining the direction and making decisions, they can have an impact on your involvement, because they could well be making decisions on your behalf without making any type of consultation. One more takeaway is this: the past 2 years, let's just remember, we have been subjected to the most brutal type of brainwashing in the last 2 years, and it has actually caused us to mistrust even more, not just the government but people in general. We have become a nation that is so used to not just taking people's word anymore that they're going to do good, and that's quite difficult. And it's not until you actually come into these type of arenas that you once again remember what that felt like. Yeah, I'm going to take a chance on this guy, but before doing that, I am going to find out as much as possible. And the reason why I'm bringing this out is because there are a lot of comments out there that are like generated not towards Brian Tamaki's political views, but they all seem to be generated around his religious views. And that doesn't make any sense to me, because not once did he ever talk about the trans community that was here. Not once did he ever talk about the gay community that was here. Not once did he... I don't think he had a prayer. I'm trying to remember. This is definitely not a religious type of movement, what happened today, but it is very political, and I hope that we see more transparency about the information that is needed for the wider community to be able to make a good generalisation as to whether it would be beneficial for them to be able to jump on board his party or not. Anyway, it's a hot day. We are absolutely hungry, haven't eaten all day. It's time to get some ice creams, do some manus off the wharf. Who am I kidding? I'm 46. I don't jump in cold water anymore. So we're going to go home, have some chicken, and put our feet up, because yeah, this was a hard day. But yeah, it'd be really interesting to kind of like go home, consume all this information about today to give you a non-biased type of opinion. I am skeptic about all people, and I want to investigate a little bit more on my own behalf, not because I think you need to know any information. Everything that I do in regards to these lives is to be able to help me think, and that's why I talk, and that's why I do lives, because it helps me to think. And I want to encourage you to do the same thing as well. Within your own circles, it's just getting into the habit of like having these type of discussions, and getting into the habit of like, yeah, it's good to just talk things out loud. Alright, that's enough for today. Rakshan is around here somewhere. Real Rakshan from Australia. You might have heard that Avi Yemeni is not allowed into New Zealand, and that's really sad, but really cool news for all the other wannabe journalists that are out here like us, because it's more cake for us. So thank you for that, Avi, for being such a bad boy, for being born a Jew. Or is he a Jew?
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for that. But anyway, look, all jokes aside, this is a really crucial point in time that we're in. I keep saying I'm going to end, but I keep noticing things. One of the things that I'm noticing is that the past 3-4 days, we have moved so much closer towards communist tyranny. It is not funny. When they start subjecting the media to being censored, you're in a lot of trouble, because if that censorship is filtered through all different types of media, including like today, for instance, this morning there was a police press release that was given to the Wellington City Council. That could even be considered a government place of information, as well as sports places. Are you saying the right things in sports places? No, you're not. We need to censor you. Are you the kind of sports organisation that believes that vaccines are important for your children to play sports? No, you don't. We're going to censor all your information. This is why it is totally abhorrent that we actually do nothing about it. We have to do something about it. The rest of the world's been laughing at us, but now, very soon, they're going to be in shock and terror if the government decides to take this to the next step. And that step would be to just throw people into prison, and we're getting closer and closer to that type of tyranny that was also portrayed in China, also portrayed in Soviet Union, Venezuela, where if you don't have the same narrative, they just straight up kill you. But it's hard for New Zealanders to accept that, because they think that we live in a country. This is the crazy part. A lot of unvaccinated people, particularly unvaccinated people, think that we live in a country where we're so free and where people just get along and we're all good. Yet a lot of them, not all of them, a lot of them are the ones that would want to see this entire mob here executed, like straight up executed. They just hate them. They hate them. Okay, for reals now. See you later. Bye. Hungry much? Do you want to go home, or do you want to hang out? Or